All right, welcome back, folks. It is day 108, Dual Japanese. Once again, MAKU desu. Minasan, konnichiwa. Yokoso. Well, yesterday we kind of got a little digressed a little bit hard. There was some interesting things. Hello, Milo. There were some interesting things to talk about, a little bit of different things, challenging my problem-solving skills, right? So, couldn't help but really indulge ourselves. So we fell 5 lessons behind. So this recall might take a little bit longer since they didn't have the same amount of exposure. And as per usual, it is the first day of a new unit. So we're going to be outputting in English, writing, and let's see how many things there are. I think I'll be happy if I typically our goal is to nail 15, right? They added more units? No, they didn't add more units. They split up the units. So all the units doubled. The format that they did across the board is they didn't expand. True. You could say they expanded, sort of. So the pools and all the prompts are still the same. Like, it's the same pool of prompts. But now they split up the themes. So at least in Japanese, there were 2 themes together in one unit. Instead, now there are 2 separate units for each theme. The actual prompts didn't expand. The number of lessons did, though, for each unit. Actually, not really. No, not really. You got scared when you saw 20 instead of 12? Yeah, because they probably split up the unit. If that's... I'm not sure in the other course, but in Japanese, they split up all the units. So now there's no, like, 2 separate things in one unit. There's only one thing per unit. So the material itself didn't quite expand. At least in Japanese, it went from, like, for example, there were 10 units, now there are 20. If there are certain units that only have one theme, they stay one. So it's not exactly double. There are some units that only have one theme, like half units. I noticed that Japanese also has 1 or 2 half units every once in a while, so they stay in the same. So then all the units are the same structure now. You should slow down? Yeah. Take, do things at your own pace, Milo. Alright, so we're gonna start doing our total recall of Unit 17. Let's see. So it's about travel experience, and we got some good words, actually, that I find myself using. So the one that I really want to throw my hat off to first is Ripa. Splendid. Ripa. There's Okyakusan. Tatami. I'm just gonna write tatami. It's traditional flooring, but it's tatami in English, right? Tatami. So I don't differentiate between traditional flooring and what it actually is. So tatami. Ryokan. It's traditional in, but again, I don't distinguish. So ryokan. Mizumi. 11月 Sashimi. It's still sashimi in English. um 2日間 like a weekend getaway, right? 2 days long. Sampo shiru suru. Sampo shiru suru. What did you say? Go more like I say take a walk. Staffu. Mori. Mori. Kisetsu no. "100 Days." It was your first at my stream 100 days ago. Oh, 100 days ago. Oh, very nice. That's a throwback. Yeah, it's been 100 days, huh? Yeah, it's been a long while. It feels like yesterday, though. Seasonal. Let's see. Kisetsu no. Kinoko. Shinsen. Omaru. In this case, to stay at like a hotel. Not the we have two we have two tomarus right now. And then Mawari, surrounding area. I still have the same energy. That's lovely to hear, Milo. I like to say I'm a pretty consistent person. Mawari, good to know. Thank you for the vote of confidence. And our kanji, which we didn't get a chance to do our kanji practice because of him being digression. However, I'm gonna guess the stroke order kind of looks like this. So, oops, I'm gonna screw that up. I'm gonna guess the stroke order is like that. And then iriguchi, which is entrance. I think that's good. Pretty solid, right? For this, so let's see, 3, 6, 7, 11, 18. 18's good. We're past 15. Still got it. Still remember most of the words from the exposure. Let's throw in something from Unit 16. It is the third day. We'll be leaving Unit 16 behind tomorrow. However, let's throw in some few things. Unit 16 was about gift giving, right? Ageru. Morau. Hmm. Oh no. I've got the one, but we'll keep going until it comes to me. Yaku for baking, right? And things like gifts. Gifts we can new things we can give. So taberu to. Taburetto? It might be taburetto actually. Not bu. It's ta. That looks okay. Taburetto. Beruto. Right. Beruto. Beruto. Oops. Ehon. Ehon. What other things? Are we a new things we can give? No. That's not what I'm looking for. Ningyo. Oh, wait. Case? I like a samaho case. Okay. Oh gosh. Those strokes are a little too close. Ocha. Right, ocha. That was our kanji. Ocha. I think I'm missing a present. Alright. Things we can describe. We have kawa for leather. Right. We have a new color? No, not really. No new colors. Family members, right? Family members. Sobo, my grandfather. Sofu, sorry. Sofu. I was thinking of grandmother. Sobo is grandmother. Oh. Sofu, grandfather. Sobo, grandmother. Me, niece, right? And oi, or nephew. Also, Atona, right? Atona, partner. We have other interesting things. Hmm. Uh, Yatsu. Yatsu. So, 8 things. We can count up to 8 things now. Generic counter, 8 things. What language am I learning right now? I'm learning Japanese. I'm recalling Japanese from the last 3 days. Unit 16 and Unit 17. I kind of want to hit 15, so let's see. How much do we got? 3, 4, 9, 10, 15. Oh, more than 15, so we're good. You tried Japanese, but it was too hard. You're just learning French? That sounds solid. May I ask, what was it what was it about Japanese that was too hard for you? Or let me phrase better. What was it that made you stop learning Japanese? Sometimes hard and easy, that isn't largely why sometimes. So, and how is French different? How is French different for you? Do we have different times? Is there different time differences? Do we get anything? Oh, wait. I think this might be the same one with... Maitoshi. And... Kotoshi. Sorry, Kotoshi. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Everything's still there. We're finished with our total recall for today. Now we're gonna enter our review day for Unit 17. Because the writing system is too different, I see. French is different because it has the same writing system as your native language. May I ask what your native language is? And that seems reasonable. It's English? Okay. That seems reasonable. In terms of, like, this is not me saying this, but because I don't have any personal experience, but statistically by like linguist people who like standardize and tier things, like standardize stuff based on from the perspective of an English speaker, typically French is the closest, one of the closest bridges, you know, along with like Spanish, right? So that sounds very reasonable. You went from a what they call a category. I don't know which way the number is. I think category 5 is like statistical perceived difficulty, which includes Japanese, and then you went down to a Cat 1, which is where French and Spanish are, and that would definitely feel quite nice. So kudos on trying to learn Japanese though. That kind of experience may give you a lot of like relative perspective on, you know, where it is. Maybe in the future you might be interested in like a cat somewhere in between, like a Cat 3. I don't actually know what Cat 3 languages are, since my only experience is my common language is English. My mother tongue is Fujianese. And then I'm currently learning Japanese. We're gonna say I'm still at the end, so my Japanese is N beginner. Like N beginner, sort of. Like moving into intermediary. And then I started Mandarin. And it's kind of hard to define where I am on Mandarin because it's related to my mother tongue. They say Norwegian is the easiest language to learn for native. Oh, that it's one of it, but you tried in a pronunciation's way. Yeah. So the reason they use categories. So I'm pretty sure Norwegian might either be in a Cat 1 or it might be Cat 2. I forgot. So they're grouped in the. I think each of the categories have 5+ languages in it, and yeah, I agree with you. Norwegian is definitely one of them, according to like you know, those people, the linguists and standardizations that. From a perspective of the English speaker, right? To be very specific, I have no experience with any of this. My second language, so my common language is English, but the second language that I learned was Spanish back in high school and college. Right. So, and then my background, I have Cantonese, and Mandarin ear training. But I'm illiterate, so I want to change that. I want to change my illiteracy. Fujianese is a Chinese language. It is. It's a dialect of Mandarin. Yeah. It would be under the umbrella of Mandarin. You really like the statues in China? Oh, have you been to China? I haven't been to China. I am born and raised in the United States. If that wasn't already apparent, since I speak American English. Alright, so let's hop in there. So how's French going? Oh, you haven't? Do you ever feel like traveling in the future? You could try Mandarin. I don't know if... I think Mandarin is Cat 5 too, so if your experience with Japanese was anything, maybe in the future. You want to teach English in China? Ooh, I haven't heard that. Like, oftentimes, since I'm learning Japanese, oftentimes it's about Japanese. However, interesting. You can work towards that. Learning English, teaching English in China. That'd be an interesting thing. I think pinging is not as your conversational in French, but far from fluent. That's fair enough. Keep at it, you know. Instead of like, fluency comes naturally with consistency and persistent practice and studying, right? I don't know. Here's a little take. I've only been doing Mandarin, like reading Mandarin, for 4 days. This is the third. I'm only at 4 days right now. Like, today is the 4th day. However, when you're talking about the writing system, I understand that you said you wanted to teach English in China, I think the pinging system may be a bit. It may cut the edge a little for learning Mandarin versus like going cold turkey into into kana, right? However, you still there's still Hanzi, so you'll eventually. But maybe there is a chance that pinging might be a nice little bridge that you can use to leap into Mandarin if you ever wanted to teach English in China. That's a personal experience of mine. Whether you know the characters or not, right? At the moment, sometimes feeling like you can get into a language is a bit encouraging. I think a lot of people, especially Japanese learners, do the whole pull off the band-aid thing and have very unrealistic projections of how to go about transitioning into the Japanese writing system. As in like, oh, just do this, just download this and you'll get it in 2 or 5 days. That happens very commonly, especially the most vocal minority. Oh, cold turkey means like straight up like dive deep, right? That's a cold turkey is like a idiom for me. Dive deep. So like abandon all hope, abandon English, and dive right in, bootstrap through your hiragana and katakana. That happens a lot. They're very passionate but vocal minority. I think it's very unfilling and very discouraging a lot of times, especially when people say, oh, it was too hard because of the Japanese writing system. So naturally most people focus on the idea that it always feels like, yeah, you got to get in there. But much like most languages, it becomes very comfortable at some point when you start to associate things. The idea of like nomaji comes up all the time. Even when I spend quite a lot of energy in showing, in demonstrating soft steps from nomaji to kana, for every time I say that, there's a vocal minority that just says, oh, just suck it up. Just suck it up. Download your Anki deck and like drill kana, and you'll get it in 2 or 5 days. Your standard like unfilling, compassionateless type of standard keep projecting. I think that's actually keeping people away from Japanese, not encouraging them. It stops potential Japanese learners dead cold. So whenever you said earlier that the writing system is too different, that's understandable. Yeah, cold turkey means like drop everything, dive in. You're speaking Japanese now. Throw away your related writing system, because nomaji is a depiction of a related writing system, right? The alphabet system from Roman characters. That's what makes me think about it all the time. You're not alone. It's a very common response, and I think successful people who acquired Japanese writing, I like to include myself in that now. After more than 100 days, I think I've acquired the writing system pretty well, and I still, to this day, I think the vocal minority is incredibly dispassionate. Dispassionate towards communicating how Japanese writing can be very approachable at some time, like celebrating what makes Japanese writing interesting to encourage people to get comfortable with that kind of thing, as opposed to just like, oh, just do this and and you'll get it, kind of thing. And just a little rant. I encounter this all the time. People who quit Japanese because of the writing system and their English is their preferred common language to use, right? It does happen a lot. It's quite disheartening. Actually, when I started my first week, those were all the criticisms that I had. I keep getting, dude, guys, stop looking at romaji and etc. Right? So perhaps maybe in the future. I think Mandarin, pinging system is okay as well. It uses romanization, and then a few accent marks that you might actually be familiar with now that you're learning. I think French has accent marks, right? So you might be. It's not that too far from there to bridge. Slow and steady. Yeah, you'll probably learn Mandarin and tutor, etc. will make it much easier. That sounds great. I haven't heard someone in a while that wanted to teach English in China. And it's usually Japanese, right? Because Japan is at the moment like a hot trend. Yeah, most European languages have accent marks. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't be a stranger for too long to pinyin. It's true that you might need to get Hanzi in at some point, but pinyin is a great middle ground. And when you want to teach in China, if you're able to like enunciate and whatnot, and encourage yourself to speaking. I speak a Chinese language and I can't read, so most of my life I still communicate with my parents without necessarily having to pick up. It's not an excuse because I'm going back and I'm learning how to write and read. So Hanzi is easy. You don't like pinging. I prefer Hanzi. Oh, interesting. So what was it that made scare you away from kanji? Because if you like Hanzi, it's not that far of a leap to hiragana, katakana, and kanji. So that's a little unexpected. Is there some sort of like cultural dissonance that doesn't resonate with you? So now I'm getting mixed messages. Not only do you think the Japanese writing system is too different and your native language is English, you're now saying the romanization is not as appealing as the Hanzi, which that would infer that there's something about the writing system in China that's closer to your native language, but farther away from the Japanese writing system. That's kind of something that's a little incoherent to me. Like, I don't know how to process that. You don't like katakana and the other one, but the writing system that both Japanese use are fine for you? So what makes it too hard? Because the hiragana and katakana, it's a hybrid system, but I understand about the katakana for sure. But the hiragana, it alleviates stuff. Like, at least I guess you're not considering languages like Sanskrit and things, but it's not, when it comes to the writing system itself, those actual characters and stuff are extensions of Hanzi. I suppose. You sound like you have a very specialized problem. I don't really know what that is, but I guess then if you like Hanzi, then you don't need pinging after all, I suppose. I retract what I said about pinyin, I suppose. I think that's a cognitive dissonance though, as in like your preferences aren't lining up with how you're expressing yourself. That is unexpected. That somehow you make a double standard for katakana, hiragana, but somehow it's Hanzi and kanji. Yeah, but that is, it's a pictorial thing. Yeah, I'm aware that means pizza. Yeah. Uh, I guess I don't have enough experience to advise on it. I think that there's some sort of interesting thing that you're unable to express to me that I'm unable to appreciate and resonate, where you think that katakana, being able to comprehend and be comfortable with Hanzi and kanji, makes it so that katakana and hirakana is harder, relatively speaking, right? Well, we'll leave it at there. I maybe I can think of something later in the evening. That's a interesting thought. You have a very unique thing that I'm not entirely sure. It might be motivation and personal preference, right? Like aesthetics or something. Something that's a little bit beyond mechanical under comprehension. All right, let me review. Also, you believe that Chinese pronounces the character differently from Japanese, but makes it entirely different? Yeah, that too. Indeed. Indeed. However, you speak English, so nearly almost all the sounds are, at least from my personal perspective, and you like Chinese already. So, if you already like Chinese, your background and my background is probably quite similar. And then you like Cantonese as well. So, it's actually not, all the sounds are still produced in Japanese. So, I can't really tell you that while the characters are pronounced differently from Japanese, um, you're more than well equipped with it. But I suppose if you don't want to juggle two different types of reading, also Japanese has this thing where there's constantly more multiple readings of the same characters, so that can be a difference too. Although I don't think you would be a stranger to that since you speak English, because English has multiple readings due to accents. You're not Chinese, just wanted to mitigate that. I didn't say you were Chinese, but that's fair enough. Yep. If you're getting ahead of that, I'm saying you have exposure to Chinese. I wouldn't say I'm Chinese either. I might look like it, but I'm definitely more American than I am Chinese. So, looks can be deceiving. Conversations can be presumptuous, right? Yeah. Hey, I have no more comment than that. I think there is a clear emotional bias for your approach to language. So do what works for you. I was making commentary by relating the things that I'm already learning, because I'm learning both Japanese and Chinese right now. Yep. So French, huh? How do you integrate French into your plans for teaching English in China? Is French making you think of English differently? Goku named his son Gohan after rice? I mean, yeah. Or a meal, right? Or a meal. It's a very it's a OG anime convention to use food items as names for like shonen stuff. I'm sure since you made a reference to DBZ from the late Akira Toriyama, maybe you've watched Bleach. Ichigo is the name of the main character, and that's strawberry in Japanese. Yeah, you can do fun things like that. If you watch anime, I'm still kind of interested. I'm still kind of a bit slightly confused why pursuing Japanese was so easily discarded.
森
Okay. Oh yeah, this one.
森
We did. Let's see. So,
旅館
旅館
の
の近く
近くの
の
森
森。森
は
は素敵でした。
素敵でした。
You watch TV in French, and yes, French is actually less complicated language than English, but I still having a hard time swapping my head around the language. I don't understand why it matters that one language is less or more complicated than another language. That seems like an apples and orange comparison. And you like Boruto? Fair enough. Your dad is one that watch. Oh, your dad is the one that watched DBZ? I don't see why you shouldn't watch DBZ. Sounds like a lovely thing experience you can share with your father. 旅館の近くの森は素敵でした。Yes.
後でパートナーとレビューを書きます。
後でパートナーとレビュー。Oh, I forgot レビュー。レビューを書きます。For my total recall. レビュー。That makes 19. Oh, I will now write a review with my partner later. Actually, they want later at the end? It doesn't really matter. 入り口で靴を脱ぎました。Oh, I forgot this predicate. I forgot this predicate too. Sorry, 脱ぎました。To take off. 脱ぎました。
靴
While learning languages, you prefer to learn the simple things first, like body parts, colors, counting, and basic sentences? That sounds fair enough. Sounds very reasonable. Especially things you can see and do and interact with regularly. Yeah. Which body parts is most definitely one of those. Counting? Ooh. I'm not so sure about counting. Or you mean like the standalone numbers. That's fair. The standalone numbers. Oh, that's also where Mandarin, I don't know if, yeah, that's also something that is, Japanese might have something that makes it not so convenient when it comes to counting things. Yeah, counting things is it's a little bit different, I suppose. At least from my experience with Chinese languages, it's a little bit more consistent. Although I kind of enjoy the nuances of Japanese counting.
11月に部屋を予約しました。
I'm not necessarily talking about the numbers themselves, but when the numbers are combined with the counter. Knowing the numbers, like counting up using numbers, fluxes a lot. It's very dependent on the counter. Although, like Fujonese, the stuff don't change as much. There are special numbers like 1, 2, and 3 of certain things, but most of the time, the counters, in my experience, do not affect the numbers. The grammar in Mandarin is very easy as there's no verb conjugation. That is also true. There are definitely no verb conjugations. Yep. Obviously, English has a mix. There are some things that kind of get conjugated and some things that don't. Largely no conjugation though. But there are a few exceptions. You would probably equate gerunds as a form of conjugation. But not too much. Very minimal. I'm kind of used to verb conjugations because my second language that I learned formally was Spanish. So hopping into Japanese as someone who was schooled in Spanish made verb conjugations a natural thing to like expect or be welcoming to, which is something that I've been constantly told that, oh yeah, conjugations, but I'm not solely only an English user, so that's something that I tend to share. Like I tend to expect verb conjugations in other languages as well. 11月に部屋を oh yeah, well, is there another predicate? No. 予約しました。I forgot one predicate from the last unit, but that's okay. It's yeah, I'll have to recall it later. I reserved the room in November. Spanish verb conjugation seems easy. You're definitely welcome to learn Spanish. It's the bulk of a lot of the things in Spanish conjugation. 部屋は畳でした。靴を脱ぎました。でも、靴下は脱ぎませんでした。
脱ぎませんでした。靴下
You struggle with Japanese conjugation? Slow and steady, one at a time, I suppose. Poros. Should I learn Spanish instead of French? I think it might be easier, but I can't roll your R's. R rolling, it's a mechanical thing, comes with time, right? There are other languages that roll their R's as well. That may or may not come in handy. And I feel like you're focusing a lot on ease and difficulty. I probably would encourage you to think of motivations, like something hard is not can be very rewarding because you like to do it. So right now I'm hearing like you're trying to gauge how easy something is. Do easy things make it more enjoyable for you? Because that might not be sufficient to maintain perspective and consistency in practicing a skill for a very long time. The languages you want to learn most are Hindi and Mandarin, but I will need a lot of help from tutors, etc. to learn that. That's fair enough. If you're very inexperienced, I don't know how young you are and how much type of learning experience you have. Yeah, I can understand wanting to gain more learning experience from other people, right? You can't pronounce Mandarin because of your Canadian accent. You mean your English Canadian accent? Most of Mandarin sounds can be produced from sounds in English. So I don't necessarily think... Well, okay, there are some mechanical things that maybe will take some time, but I don't think most of the sounds are irreproducible by an English speaker, even with an accent. I don't necessarily think you're viewing, in my opinion, I'm more concerned at the moment about your perspective on how to learn a language, like what you're focusing on or how you're viewing language learning. Like the Canadian accent and English isn't necessarily something that prevents someone from pronouncing something. Honestly, I haven't encountered this perspective yet, so I don't really know how else to express that. Mechanically, sounds and mechanics are things you practice. Like, you have to practice, right? It's not you know the thing based on what you don't know, right? Do I have learning resources that I recommend for Mandarin? Unfortunately, I don't yet. I don't know enough about Mandarin resources. What was suggested to me by someone else yesterday was... I only have the wiki site. So apparently the Chinese grammar wiki site is pretty sweet. And I took a look at it yesterday. But I just started Mandarin, so I don't have Mandarin resources. Oh, and this thing costs money though. There is a free trial for it. What is it called? Hanzi Hero is someone else I know who's also learning Mandarin, and this person has a complete background in Japanese and they speak English. They said Hanzi Hero is pretty good, which there's a free trial you can try. Oh, there's Jacob. Speaking of the person, it's Jacob right here. Yeah, so Jacob might have a lot of resources for someone who's interested in Mandarin, actually. And I don't pay Jacob, so you're gonna have to. I don't pay Jacob. Jacob just does whatever he wants. So, you can probably farm him for some resources for Mandarin. Mandarin learning.
2日間村の旅館に泊まりました。
I was literally talking about you, Jacob. About like, I don't know enough about Chinese learning yet to offer any like resources, but I just happened to bring up what you mentioned for me. So, carry on, folks. Let's see. Tatsuka-kan. Tatsuka-kan. No.
2日間
Whoops. 2日間. I keep saying ta. 2日間. 2日間. 村の旅館に取りました。2日間村の旅館に取りました。泊まりました。So we stayed at the village for 2 days. Oh, the village's traditional inn. That's literally what I said from Jacob.
入り口の人と話しました。入り口の人と話しました。の人
Oh, interesting. 入り口の人
と話しました。話しました。
I talked to the people at the entrance. 入り口の人と話しました。
入り口の人と話しました。
必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。
Another. Oh, I forgot about another. Ooh, so 20 words.
必ず
Yeah, 必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。I'll for sure reserve this room again. また Yeah, また。必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。
とても明るい入り口でした。とても入り口
Wait.
入り口とても明るい入り口でした。
Oh, 明るい。
明るい
Say what?
とても明るい入り口でした。
入り口
入り口でし
Oh,
た
yeah, that's weird. But I get what they're trying to say here. Like, when you're entering a place, like you're entering a establishment, it can be very crowded in the entrance. Like, oh, this place is very lively. It's really lively in the entrance, right? Like, there's a lot of people gathering around. So that's kind of the sentiments here. So, とても明るいイギリス入り口I keep saying イギリス入り口でした。People have also talked about picking up a textbook to help guide their learning. Yeah, I haven't touched a textbook in so long. You're the type of person that gives up when something gets hard. That kind of explains your focus on difficulty or perceived difficulty when it comes to picking language learning.
とても明るい入り口でした。
またその旅館に泊まりたいですか？
またその旅館に泊まりたいですか？泊まりたいですか？またその旅館に泊まりたいですか？ So, I want to stay at that traditional inn again. Okay. はい。必ずまた泊まりたいです。Yes. I for sure want to stay at, again. Oh, it's asking a question. Yeah. That's not. Do you want to stay at that inn again? Yes, I for sure want to stay again. Very nice.
はい、ちゃんと部屋で靴を脱ぎました。
Hello there, Cozy. Hello, Cozy.
はい、ちゃんと部屋で靴を脱ぎました。はい、
はい、ちゃんと
部屋
を予約します No.
はい、ちゃんと部屋で靴を脱ぎました。
Oh.
お
部屋で靴
を
脱ぎました。
脱ぎました。
Yeah, just Oh, I made sure. Wait. Did he?
はい、ちゃんと部屋で靴を脱ぎました。
Yeah, I made sure to take off my shoes. In the room. Take off my shoes in the room. Yeah. I was thinking they were gonna make sure to reserve a room or something, and I was thinking of yoyakushimasu. I'm doing pretty well, Cozy. How are you doing? We're gonna try to hit the ground running today because we fell behind yesterday. hopefully. Russian? After Japanese, I don't think any language should technically scare you anymore, but Russian was intimidating. You're not gonna go to like Arabic or anything like that, Jacob? Got all that curly stuff. Yeah, I don't have any admirations to go beyond the languages that I'm already exposed to. This is as much as I'm gonna be juggling.
難化管理をこうしましたか
I think life is beautiful enough to stick with 5. I don't know if there is a dedicated world for Chinese in VR chat, but I know there are often some Chinese speakers in the Japanese exchange world. That's a lovely sentiment. Based on like how you end words and order them and stuff. Oh, the difficulty with Russians come from seemingly infinite ways to say something and how nuanced. But that sounds like flexibility to me, which I suppose is a bit hypocritical to mention since isn't too different. I mean, you speak English. Is it... I don't know about you, but... If it's infinite ways to say anything and how nuance slightly changes, I don't know about that. I think you're well suited. Hey, let's not break English into... Like, sometimes I don't even know if people are speaking in the same order that I am anymore. Like, I honestly... VR, when, what's it call it? When Boros is talking about VR chat, sometimes when I see clips of VR chats, like just clips of VR chats, I don't even know if they're speaking English anymore. I'm like, okay, that's definitely a word that sounds like English, but I don't understand what they're expressing. Are they upset right now? I mean, it sounds like they're upset, but they're not really upset, right? Like, yeah, dude, like, bruh. I saw a clip where there were 3 words used in English, and apparently there was a whole conversation being had, but I had no idea. I had no idea what's going on. Like, I don't know. The last time I looked at VR chat, I couldn't understand the language, but maybe I haven't seen normal VR chat, you know? Maybe I should look at more clips. I'm a little bit out of date. I'm outside the VR chat space, so VR chat is all sad. Like, I'm not cultured enough to understand VR chat, so maybe I'll culture myself a little bit more this evening. Like, check out the like Japanese or Chinese clips of VR chat. But some of the stuff when it comes to English, I can't. Like, I understand the words, but I'm clearly not vibing or resonating with however they're expressing themselves. It's like a whole microcosm. It's like Familec, you know, like VR chat has like a communal dialect. I'm like, okay, all right. Oh, you're joking? No, honestly, it's a big rabbit hole when your communities are closed off that much, right? Like, you have to make the leap, and it's actually really scary. Like, for me, like when Jacob was talking about languages, I feel the same when you're trying to step into VR chat. My exposure to it was language pitched up 20 octaves with anime girls running around saying ooh, and it scared you away. Heckin' ooh. Man. Ooh. Heckin. That's as far as I go. Thanks to like the OS community and stuff. That as far as I go is uwu. Like I don't think I can get any further deep than that. Heckin' uwu. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the high pitch like uwu thing. You want to see something? So there is a product that I own. Check this out. See, there you go. Right there. Weeb? Don't be calling me a weeb. You're the one that went to a card trading session and then had a gaming session with your friends. Don't be talking about that. Does that act like a switchboard or something? Oh no, it's a 3-button. It's a 3-button keypad that was specifically designed by a very popular, well, a niche like keyboard manufacturer that has a very close tie with the OS community because of tapping, right? Rhythm gaming tapping. So they made something fueled by the OS community. And it's the uwu. It's called the uwu keypad. And I bought it to like test it and give my thoughts about it and whatnot for a while. So I did like a 30-day thing just to have my thoughts. I was trying different things to engage different people, so that was my attempt. I still have it today. I obviously do plan on playing OS in the future again. Yeah. Yep. You're a weeb. Okay. 何日間旅行しましたか? Okay. How long it was your trip? Okay. 2日間旅行しました. It was 2 days long. Don't weeb me, you weeb. Alright, let's be weebs together, I suppose. I hardly qualify as a weeb these days, though. I don't even have enough street cred to be a weeb these days. Alright, so, kanji time. I'm guessing the stroke order. I already guessed the stroke order, so we'll see. So, ikiriguchi. Right. Oh no, not ikiriguchi. Iriguchi. Iriguchi. Ah yeah, it's the stroke order.
入り口
Yep.
入り口、
入り口、
入り口入り口入り口
入り口入り口
入り口、
Okay. Alright.
入り
Iriguchi.
入り口入り口
入り口、
入り口、
入り口入り口
I'm gonna need 15 minutes. Alright, 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes.
入り口入り口入り口
入り口
入り口、
入り口、
Ninense. Interesting.
2年
Oh, Futsuka Ninense. Sure.
2日
2年生
Okay. Alright. Futsuka.
2年生、年生、
2日
Was there always a speaker there? Oh, don't you dare ichi nichi me. Suitachi.
1日
Fail. Okay. Hitotsu. Tatsu. Sorry. I say hitotsu. Tatsu. Tatsu. Sorry. Tatsu. 2日。2年生。4年生。
2日。
2日。Oh, you know what? This is new. This is new right here. There used to be most of the time it's romaji, not romaji, so hirakana. So they added non things and just sound only. This is definitely new. This like depiction. Actually, I take it back. No. This is new in the sense that there's like a representation. It used to be just like a box. It used to be a box just like this. But now there's peeps here. At least this looks very abnormal. So.
2日。か。
Oh no, when I saw Iriguchi, the Mandarin pronunciation with the first thing. Oh, what is it in Mandarin?
2年生
2年生。
9時間
時間。
日
日
9000
9000。
2日
do call. I don't know the OU. Do right? Do do. No, is it do? No, not do. It's yeah, I still don't know.
2年生
I'm not great with diphthongs. I don't know how diphthongs work yet in pinging. Yeah, in pinging, I don't know how diphthongs work very well.
4年生2年生
Does it mean the same thing?
1日
Itachi.
2
2
人
2日
2日
Okay.
2日
Yeah, they changed the depiction. Now there's someone there, so that's nice little touch. Oops.
15分2000 2日月曜日2年生
Okay. Tatsu.
2つ
Okay. 2日 2日 Tatsu. Right. Tatsu. Let's see.
日20分2分2つ
2日 It's getting a little hairy, right?
か、
2日
2つ。
Oh.
2つ2日
Okay. Alright. 月曜日
月曜日
月曜日 Oh, that's interesting. Okay. 2つ2日
2
2
回
回
2
2
分
分 Alright. 入り口 Again. Alright, we get to write again.
入り口
入り口入り口
入り口
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 Okay. 二人。
ふた
Right. 二日。二人。Excuse me. 12月。That's another knee there, right?
二人。日本。
Nihon. Oh, I get why they picked Nihon. Because there's a ni in the hiragana. Clever, clever. Let's
Tsuka.
go. And then
Yonin.
yonin. There's a contrast from futari and yonin. Right?
普通
Let's go.
か
Okay.
二人
Whoa. Okay, wait. This is so disorienting. That's so disorienting. Holy heck.
二人。
2日
Okay.
2
2
分。
分。
木曜日。
2日。
12
12
月。
月。
二人。
Okay. Man, there are a lot of these exercises.
入り口
Okay. Okay.
入り口
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 Okay. Okay. 2日間。Sure. 11月。Okay.
11
Okay. Sure. 2日間。
2日間
Sure. 2
日間
日間。
9時間。
That's fair. 1月。
1月。
Hmm.
何日間。
何日間 Whoops. I thought of 何曜日。
11
11月。
2日間
Okay.
普通か
Sure. 11月。
2日間。
2日間。Sure. 2日間。3日間。Fair enough.
11月。
11月。
4時間。 1
1
月。
月。
11月
Okay.
11月
Okay.
2日間。
2日間。
1月。 3日間。11月。
はい。
何
何
日
日間。Okay. Alright.
2日間
3日間。
Sure.
何日間。
Sure.
11月。1週間。
1週間. That's a good one too.
2日間。
Man, there's some overlap. 11月.
Get more with
Okay. Ooh, that gave a lot of stuff. Okay, so interesting. 1半.
い
11月.
11
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. 1半. Han. Oh. 10回.
10回。
It's not 10回. Shut up. 11
11
月.
月。
Okay. It's another one of the. It's a Ichinichi, Ichinichi mix up.
1時半、3時半、1週間、
1週間。Oh, I said show. 1週間。
1月
Okay, sure.
1時半
Where are we doing? G? We're doing G. Alright.
1、
G.
時、半、
11月
Natsu. Okay.
10回、 1時半、
半。
11月、 3時半、何時間、
Oh, I thought. Okay, never mind. Okay. So, 2日間. Right. 2年生. That's
2年
fair. Yeah, sure.
2年生、
2
2日間、
日間。
何時間、20分、火曜日、
2
2年生。2年生. Oh, hey! This is also different too. Oh, interesting. Okay. So they did update something. Something changed. Unless it's they changed this. So it's a little touch up. There's a slight touch up. I like the little touch ups here. 2年生.
2日間
They're like slowly rolling over some depictions. I'm expecting at some point like they might change up the way this looks too. What are we doing? Con? Okay.
普通かかん
2年生
Alright. So
4時間、何日間、
Okay.
何年生、
2日間。
2年生、
Okay. We still got more time, so you gotta give me 15 minutes. 11月. Okay. Alright. Wait a minute. Oh, 1分.
11月、
Oh, 11月. Fair enough. Yeah. 1分. 11月.
11月11日
1分、
1分.
1
Or
月曜日、
月曜日. Why did okay.
2
2
分、
分.
11月、 1
1
週
週
間、
間. Yeah.
1
1
分、
分.
1分
Okay.
口、
1
900、
900.
1分、 11月、休みます。
休みます.
11月11月
40
40
分、
分.
11月、 1
1
分、
分. 2分. 月曜日.
1分分
10時、
10時.
5、
5
9時間、
時
1
間.
分、
1分.
11月、
11月. All right.
Get
15
more with
minutes.
Super Duolingo. Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
All right, let me catch up with chat. What is happening? You're not getting mixed up with Fuji JP? Not yet. In terms of like reading comprehension, but I have been mixing up pronunciations. That's kind of fun too. All right, so let me third party. Let me this third party thing. Wow, there's a lot of third party conversation. Oh, let me see. Right, this is where I left off. Okay. Yeah, the Cantonese resources. Knowing what to learn, or like why, right? Why, as opposed to focusing on how sometimes, especially language learning journeys. Yes, almost a lifelong experience, really. The valleys, the valley of despair, or the long plateau. Man, you gotta get out of the valley of despair, reach enlightenment, and then hit the long plateaus first. Prior to that, right? Self-worth. Interesting. Yeah. Self-worth being attached to language legacy. It might be a little bit. Yeah, being multicultural is probably what's underneath a lot of the perceptions, not necessarily the mechanical aptitude of learning language. $15, I see. All the time in the world, provided one is healthy and physically in mind. That's fair. You like Chinese women, it's cheap over there. It is cheap in China compared to... That's kind of tough to quantify when it comes to like the overall things about if you're living somewhere, there's like taxation, living costs and whatnot. It kind of relatively balances out a lot of times. Yeah, basically what Jacob said. Getting a job, couple months. 20, 22. That's quite a long time. A lot of time. Oh, that's a good question. Does China require a degree in English to teach English? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Your advice is to have fun. Try out Duolingo for Mandarin since it's free and see how the language feels to you. Most certainly. Use, you already, it's quite hard due to pronunciation and a writing system. It's hard for me with a Canadian accent. There it is again. Alright. Alright. How much would I have to grind out content today on Duolingo to get 4,000 experience to have a chance of scoring achievement? You could just skip until you find a an opportunity to do it, you know? Chop. If I am to evoke the Chinese spirit, Shady, you're slacking off right now. Do it until your hands bleed. Just as a weird flex. I don't know if this is a weird flex or not, but just as a weird flex. Check this out. Right here. Shade. You just cycle through until you notice that there's like not too much competition. I mean, Diamond League like stretches all the time. You saw that when you were playing last night. Oh, that was you? Yeah, I always follow everyone back. Oh yeah, let me click on these celebrate stuff. Aw, oh, nice. I love watching this. Like, what was it? I think Lotus became 500 recently. Yeah, Lotus became 500, and I think Hank became 500 recently. Yeah, both Hank and Lotus. Both Hank and Lotus became 500 recently. That's so awesome. I love this feed. This feed is fantastic. It's like dopamine max. I think this provides more dopamine than seeing any of my profile things. Seeing like other people. I enjoy this. So it kind of reminds me of the early days of Facebook when most things were encouraging. Low key, I was one of the beta groups. The beta groups for Facebook when it was like restricted to college students and high school. Like you had to actually be in school to be part of Facebook before Facebook became like public and stuff. But that was what this felt like before. Like you had an activity reel and you just watch everyone celebrating and sharing their experiences. It was incredibly wholesome. And this reminds me of the early days. Like it's not too detailed. And people don't get to like kind of other than not sharing at all, the way it's reported is not controlled by the person, but it's controlled by the system, right? So it remains wholesome if they choose to do so. It's not too flexible in the sense that it could be turned into a social media thing, and it's always celebrating what people have done. So it's quite nice. Every time I log in the morning or look before I start, and just click on and checking out what everyone else is doing. It's pretty nice. I like, oh wait. Oh no, I didn't follow you back. Here you go. Oh, should we look at what Jacob's doing? What? What is this slacker? Jacob, what is this slacking? Sorry. I'm throwing shade at Jacob. Sorry. What a slacker. That's called maintaining my streak while work crushes you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have much more things going on than I do, so it's understandable. So you need 4,000 XP. That's actually quite a lot. Alright, let's get back to reviewing. So this is the second half. We're gonna review now. I do have to book it a little bit quicker today. I've fallen behind by... This whole set will take like an extra hour. But Duolingo doesn't show what I do on all of my other study sites though, so it's not as grim as it appears. That's good. That's excellent. I don't even want to ever even stream what I do outside Duolingo. Honestly, it would be so hard to explain what's going on in my head. Like if there was a way to transcribe my thoughts while I'm engaging in something that I'm not like orally saying or like writing on screen, sometimes I just need to stop writing and talking. So those are my other times, and there's no form of technology that really allows me to do that. So I can comfortably say that the volume of things I do now on stream is about a fourth of the actual volume I do every single day. It actually helps me slow down. When I'm streaming and doing this stuff, it helps me slow down. I'm slowing down quite a bit so that I can like enjoy the process, right? I'm not a process person off stream, so I don't want to give people the idea that I only behave like this. right? I don't only behave like this. I hope I don't give anybody the idea that you can consistently maintain something like this. It's a balance thing. You do many things. Someone is defined by many things, right? You really want to make a website for language studying, community building? I need to start writing my ideas down and working towards it into some time. Notepad. Do you have a notepad? I feel like you're a notepad kind of guy, right? Put a notepad next to your nightstand when you're sleeping and say, idea. Gotta write it down. You gotta form a habit in writing something down, you know? Or you can do the weirdo thing. What are those things called that you record yourself? You get like a retro dictator? Are they called dictators? Dictation things? That'd be kind of cute. That's kind of nerdy too, but like a dictation thing. Yeah. It's like note to self. It is March, you know, like it is June 1st, 5:45 p.m. Remember to X, Y, and Z. You know? You hit a 1,558 day streak today on Kanji Garden. Solid. How many is that? Like over 5 years? Or getting close to 5 years. Pretty soon I won't have any reviews to do on the app anymore. Dang, 1,558 days. Yeah, you can record on your phone. So smartphones work. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a memo to yourself. I think that's wonderful when you start like actualizing all your ideas by writing them down first. It's a pattern that I've come to it's a habit that becomes so familiar to me now that I don't even process doing it a lot of times. So in stream, I try to enjoy the journey, right? Because I'm streaming because I want to stream. So all the things that I'm doing on stream is something I want to. So it helps me slow down, enjoy the process, have discussions with people. So if anyone comes at me and say I need an urgency to do something on stream, streaming is not my job. So my job is my life. So when the stream goes off, I am furious. Like what I mean is like furious as in like the same passionate as everyone else. Where I would be watching like a show, reading a book, all at the same time writing ideas down and then doing all the background research that I want to do because I gathered them from stream. So when the stream goes off, my pace picks up by at least double to triple. So if anyone thinks I'm moving fast now or doing something for very long periods, it's because I'm slowing down. This is my fun time, and this is the time where I'm the most relaxed. And it's a balance, right? You need to be on board, off board. So I don't want to give people the impression that I'm always like this. I think I've tried to emphasize that all the time. A person cannot sustainably be all on and all off whenever they want. It's a mix of the two. So I do have stressful moments. This is not one of them. These are not the moments that stress me out. My stressful moment right now is allocating funds to finding a time to get new prescription glasses because I'm several years overdue. And then like making reservations and stuff so I can volunteer at the anime convention that's coming up, the annual anime convention, and preparing for that. Hugh, what is that? What do you mean, what is that? What is what? What happened? Are you talking about the waving cat? Because Shady's waving cat is pretty... Is that the dance game thing? All right. So, got 2日間 right?
2日間
What is this?
何十年
Nanju nen. Interesting.
40回
Yonjukai.
2日間
We travel for 2 days, so
2日間
2日間2日間
旅行
旅行しました。
しました
I almost wanted to put a particle in there somewhere, but okay. All right.
11月に旅館に泊まりました。11月に旅館に泊まりました。2
What did you say?
11月に旅館に泊まりました。泊まりました。
Let's fill in. I heard tomarimashita. So where can we
旅
stay?
館
Okay. How about this?
11月に旅館に泊まりました。
Fair enough. 11月に旅館に泊まりました。Okay. Did you stay for 2 days? Did you? I don't know. Did you?
2日間
2日間just stay?
泊まりか
泊まりましたか2日間泊まりましたか
ベルトオフィス
オフィス
人形
インス
インス
タント
タント
湖
湖 sorry. There was a traditional inn in the village.
村
裏に旅館
旅館
旅館 No.
に
Yes, never mind. 村に旅館がありました。ありました。ありました。
ありました
Okay.
川人形村
タブレット。
タブレット
Oh, I totally misspelled taburetto earlier today. I thought it was taberetto. Taburetto. Okay, fair enough. On my recall. I totally misspelled
パートナー
パートナー
駅
2日
9車
2日間
2日間2日
11月に日本に行きますか？京都に素敵な旅館があります。その旅館に温泉もあります。でも少し高いです。
That last statement. Demo skoshi takai desu. I mean, they sound like they had fun. The inn was expensive, but in Tokyo. Expensive, but in Tokyo. I mean, it is in Tokyo. Well, actually, no, it's in Kyoto. Actually, nice but expensive. At least, is that? Yeah. They were in Kyoto. So, 11月に日本に行きますか? Right? Did you go to Japan in November? 京都に素敵な旅館があります。There's a lovely inn in Kyoto. その旅館に温泉もあります。There's a hot spring in that inn. でも少し高いです。 although it's a bit expensive, right? The inn was nice. The inn was nice but expensive, but it says the inn was nice and expensive. They're actually talking about a theoretical thing, like it is currently or it's going to be. Didn't really talk about the past tense, but that's fine, I suppose. The other ones don't, coincide because they're talking about Kyoto, not Tokyo, and Takai, not Yasui, right? But there was an onsen, mention of an onsen. Okay, その村に綺麗な旅館があります。ありました。Sure. Fair works.
11月に日本に行きました。2日間、旅館に泊まりました。旅館は湖の近くでした。とても静かでした。
For a moment there, I thought it was going to be the exact same prompt, but it's not. So there's a subtlety, right? It's no longer a question. And this is the past tense. So it's a nice, quiet lake, right? Nice. There's a traditional inn next to or near a quiet lake. Chikaku. So, 11月に日本に行きました。I went to Japan. I went to Japan in November. 2日間旅館に泊まりました。So I stayed at a traditional inn for 2 days, right? 旅館は湖の近くでした。There was a lake. There was a near, actually, the inn was near the lake, or near a lake, or lakes, however you want to say. And then とても静かでした。It was very quiet, or peaceful, quiet / peaceful. So it was near a quiet lake, right? 旅館に泊まりました。Okay.
に
Sure. 旅館は湖の近くでした。Which are kind of breakdowns of some of the previous prompt sentences. Okay. I stayed at an inn. There was a the inn was next to a lake, right? Or near a lake.
2日間旅館に泊まりました。
I keep using tonari next to a lake, but it's near a lake.
2日間旅館に泊まりました。
2
日間旅館に泊まりました。旅館
に
泊まりました。
素敵な村でした。
素敵な村でした。Honestly, I like the effort I'm putting into translating. It is a lot slower. And what I mean by that is a lot of times when I'm outside Duolingo and I start like listening to vlogs and in comprehensible input vlogs, you don't have to do any translating. So it's actually lower in effort, which is kind of funny to say. I know. Most people are like, oh, that's great. You don't need to translate to follow their things. Like, yeah, I understand. But that makes me less and less connected with English. And I don't want, like, personally for me, I'm less and less engaged. As in, at some point, yes, I do focus on learning all the Japanese words that I don't know, right? in the comprehensive input. But at the same time, I don't want to end up being someone who passively use their language because they can comprehend everything, right? I want to be active. And one thing that I continue to do is try to like explain it in English at the end of the day. So I paraphrase a lot in English now. And Duolingo, whenever I'm using Duolingo, I have to translate a lot of times, like kind of sort of translate, as opposed to like heavily interpret, right? When I'm interpreting, I'm actually paraphrasing. So when I was describing the prompts, the last two prompts, I would have interpreted entirely differently. It took me a long time because I was doing like word for word and stuff. It's like, I could phrase it differently in English because I can now. That's kind of something that I try not to take for granted, especially when I explain things to my parents, interpret things for my parents. Efficiency oftentimes takes place in interpretation, but efficiency also means you practice less, you're less vigilant, and you expend less effort. That's what efficiency is, right? You become efficient by expending less effort. So what is your goal? If your goal is to practice and invest and be rigorous and disciplined, then you become less, honestly, it's actually less and less efficient, really. Unless you want to be efficient in order to do more things. Your total effort doesn't reduce. That increases the learning capacity. But if you become more efficient and don't replace your efficiency, that, in my opinion, is why, in my opinion, a lot of people struggle with diminished returns. You get diminished returns when you focus so much on efficiency but not replacing your gains in efficiency. So when you liberate time, you got to replace it with something. You know, you got to tackle more things so that your level of effort doesn't wane. And in my opinion, this is what happens here, right? If I rely too much on saying like, oh yeah, I know what this means now, I don't need to translate in Duolingo. I know what this means now, I'm just gonna go find the right answers, right? And then pretend like I'm not even doing, that's less effort. It's more efficient, but also less effort. How you learn is you look at sections of vocab that's got to do with a topic and just work on each word to understand it better, like comparing it to different words with same meaning. It goes in your brain more. That's certainly one way. Yeah, that's one way to add a level of depth, right? Oops. Oh, it was.
大きい湖。
Okay. Big lake.
11月に泊まりました。
11に泊まりました。I stayed in November. Fair enough.
素敵な村でした。
It was a lovely mura. That input is still more effort. Instead of learning it for so many seconds that not returning to it, instead of learning it for so many seconds and not returning to it, I mean, that's fair. You have an upper limit on your approach. Going slow is good. It's kind of funny that you just mentioned that how fast or how slow, it's irrelevant. You go at the pace that you can develop what you're doing. If you're able to form connections and increase the level of depth of your understanding, whether it's slow or fast is irrelevant. you go at the pace that you can form your understanding. So yeah, going slow can definitely be good. Going fast can be good too if you're still forming the connections, like you're saying, about working on each word to understand it better, right? The mountains in the surrounding area were pretty, right? So, Amari. The mountains in the surrounding area. So,
周り
Mawari no
山
yama
は
wa kirei.
きれい
Oh, not wa.
Wa.
Maybe. Nah.
Wa.
Yeah. Wa. Deshita?
でした。
You're going down your throat? No, not really. I'm adding to your statement. But alright. I apologize for going down your throat, but I was trying to emphasize pretty much what you said, right? It's about the understanding of the stuff, so whether slow or fast, your own pace. You thought I did? Well, I apologize. It wasn't my intent. It doesn't sound like I was trying to. As a defense mechanism for me, saying you're going down someone's throat sounds a little bit aggressive. Especially in the sense that you're probably taking it personally. Efficiency, what I'll clarify on my end. Focusing on efficiency is pretty much what you didn't do, and I agree with that. So making a statement about efficiency or like the speed, I think you and I both agree that it's however meaningful that time is spent, as opposed to whether it's slow or fast, is probably what I was trying to say. Because the focus is on the meaning and not the how fast how long it takes things. So whether it's slow or fast, right? It really doesn't matter if it's meaningful.
森の
Or it
空気は
matters
きれい
less
でした。
if it's not part of your priority. It's not my priority. And it sounds like it's not your priority as well. And my commentary was on those who sideline meaning for efficiency, right? Oh yeah, I gotta get this done as fast as possible because that's the only way I can derive meaning from it. That's kind of slightly unfortunate. Yeah, it's how you learn and not how long you learn, right? Yep. So if someone who learns and establishes just enough meaning, but it just happens to be coincidentally fast, I think it's worth pointing out to that person, hey, you go very fast, but I hope you're also, getting meaning. And if they say yes, it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's lovely to be also relatively fast, comparing apples and oranges here, right? But relatively fast, but they also have all the meaning that they would like in the learning. As to not play favorites, I suppose. Avoiding trying to play favorites. Yeah. So I figured that's what you were referring to.
森の空気はきれいでした。森の空気はきれいでした。森の
空気
はきれいでした。森の空気はきれいでした。
The air was clean. The forest air was clean. Going quick, you might think they're not taking all in. Yeah, that's a possibility. my thought was, if they took in satisfactory to their goals, then that's lovely. You know, that's acceptable. If they're moving quickly and they're upset about not learning enough, then it's worth suggesting that perhaps you may want to slow down and take more in, right? So in the end of the day, much like you and I, we often decide how much and how satisfied we are with things. But when you see someone who isn't satisfied and they're like moving at blitz speed, it's always nice to point out, hey, maybe slowing down is something that may be helpful, right? Instead of ironically jumping down the person's throat. If you know what I mean. And yeah, and you know how the perception of slower is faster and faster is slower? Sometimes going slow and steady ends up being faster to get to that person's goal than going faster and having to double back and slowing them down, but you know, like doing more volume at a faster rate to get to the same goal. So oftentimes it's nice to know that there are more than different ways to achieve one's end. The thing that whenever someone approaches you for advice, it's nice to know we should try our best to work with them versus against them. Like, for example, there was a comment that was made not towards me, so I didn't make a comment about it. So there was a video comment. It's not towards me, but someone initially asked me for advice. So I tried my best, and this person has an issue that involves slowing them down, and the issue involves they express that they want to continue using something, you know, like using some aid. So I spent my advice to accommodate this. Okay, so they want to continue using this. So how do we use whatever this aid is in order to bridge and get to their goal, right? So their goal was to acquire Japanese writing system. But the aid is romaji, right? This is a very common one. And sure enough, I spend time like, oh yeah, well then maybe you could use romaji, take in something about romaji, at the same time slowly attach romaji's meaning to other things, right? Like the kana writing system. And that's kind of like working with the person. The person is likely to be more resonating with this. It's acknowledging that this person wants to do something, but then you have to take a pace to make it meaningful. In comes this person is not a stranger anymore, but in comes another person who still haven't watched any of my videos, by the way, but this person seems to be hanging around because they obviously have missed the memo. It's pretty clear they don't watch the videos because they made a very, in my opinion, an asinine comment. And their comment was, oh, just don't do it. Don't do it. It sucks. It sucks. Which naturally means that person sucks because they're attacking that person's preference. Like, oh, it sucks. So what you're doing sucks. We're not saying you suck, but it sucks. And it's like, just do this. That's how everyone does it. Oh yeah, it takes like 2 or 5 days. Literally, this was the phrase. 2 or 5 days. You just like download this. 2 or 5 days. Don't worry about that stuff that you're doing. It sucks. It doesn't actually do anything, right? And that's what I'm talking about. Like, that person didn't say anything about how fast you do something. They literally said they're apprehensive about discarding something. So how do you have this person feel comfortable about what they're doing while also making progress towards their other goal? Like, they're expressing their goal here, but they're also expressing what they're currently doing that is kind of working already. And meanwhile, this person just suddenly comes by, is like, oh yeah, drop everything you're doing. Here's a blue pill, or I don't know. I forgot which color is which, but here's the pill. Here's the guarantee, and you should drop whatever you're doing. And that's kind of like, it's such an asinine comment. And it's the reason why I say this person is not a stranger is because they made the asinine comment towards me first. Their advice was the same advice for me, and they're continuing to propagate that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm just gonna let it be. Maybe. So here's the big deal, though. Here's the big deal. To be respectful, I will let this person's comment see if it helps this person. If bad mouthing the way they're doing things and telling them they're doing the wrong thing helps this person, win-win. This person can put another notch on their ego because they're clearly not compassionate to the person. They basically didn't even read the person's comment. They saw Nomaji and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go off on Nomaji. And that's probably what you meant by I'm going down your throat. I didn't mean it to come off that way, but sometimes, it's unintentional, obviously. This person probably means the best to some extent, but they literally said it sucks. It's not how people do things. It's not how these people do things. And then offer you like some guarantee of hustle culture, like 2 to 5 days. I bet this isn't even the reality for this person. 2 to 5 days to fully master and wield Kana is okay. I would love to honestly poll people for saying that, oh yeah, I now read with nearly 99% fidelity in Kana by drilling this person's an Anki person, so they I'm really sorry to the developers of Anki, but Anki gets so much flack because the people who use Anki are the people who are the vocal minority that always associate it with this type of unfilling advice. Like, oh, just download an Anki deck and drill. It'll only take 2 to 5 days to fully master Kana. Get to it. Don't do this. It sucks. You're ruining your life and you'll save so much time. I'm like, okay. All right, buddy. My advice was very long, and I'm super appreciative that person actually read everything, and that's pretty cool. My advice was to slowly associate Domaji with their favorite words that they learn, and then convert those words to Kana slowly. So you can use like sushi, then you learn su and shi because you love sushi, right? You love sushi. You know what sushi is. And then you can always recall the Domaji. Now, the next step is to tie sushi to this. And you've learned 2 characters. That's 2 out of 26. Time to go and hunt for more words. As if you enjoy learning words, continue learning words. Domaji, and then slowly converting, and eventually you'll get 26 characters. So it's not working against the person, it's working with the person. I mean, there are times when you have to like really cold turkey it, like if the person has alcohol abuse, some form of addiction, those are extreme cases. But this guy, it's like they read, it's like if I was reading this sentence and the only word I saw was kirei. It's like, oh, it's pretty. It's like, okay, what do I think it's pretty? Oh, I think Japanese anime is pretty. Let's talk about Japanese anime. Meanwhile, this is talking about a forest. It's so that is some strong filter. That is such a strong filter. and yeah, also Matrix, indeed, Matrix. Purple pill. Wait, which one? Oh, I see what you did there. The red and blue pill put together. Well played. Well played. Interested in how he learned, and I asked him. The guy, not the guy that stranger. I did ask that stranger. They said, I already talked about this guy. They said that they input through immersion. That's how they described it. So they said like anime podcast, etc. And then they did this for a unknown amount of time, even though time is important to them. They didn't disclose the amount of time. Then they went to Japan for 28 days about a month ago, and they said they output Japanese all day for like all the like the entire time. Is it the entire time? And they said that they only did input the whole time before they went to Japan for an undisclosed amount of time. And they're like, see, it worked. And I'm like, well, I don't see anything. I see trust me, bro. And I'm like, okay, that's impressive. So I said, yeah, that's fantastic. Glad it worked for you. It's a shame you didn't describe anything to me. You basically just threw some numbers and then claim it worked. I'm like, okay. I mean, you didn't respect me in the first place, so I can't even trust your word at this. It sounds amazing, but I like to argue that you probably didn't only do input your whole time. You're qualifying input as never recalling something and whatnot. When you're recalling something, that's output. I mean, you might be thinking speaking and reading. Yeah. So it's the same guy. That same guy came back. And all I'm interested in is, I actually did mention Anki. I mentioned a lot of things to this new guy because they just started. And I want to know what their experience is like. I want to know what they end up doing. Because right now they started for like 2 weeks, maybe, as well, on Duo, and they were saying they're concerned about Romaji. And I'm like, hey, there are all these other resources. And then they asked me what type of communities there are. So I did actually mention the Anki as well. The Anki, like, deck constructing community and whatnot. So clearly this guy is talking at the other guy and not me. That's baloney. You output all day with what they done. Yeah, I output every day. And you don't have to like literally speak. You know, you don't have to literally speak or write. When you suddenly look at a computer and suddenly think pasokon, you know, or gamingu pasokon, you're outputting something. You're always doing some level of output regardless. I can output Mandarin all day, every day as well, technically. Yeah, that's my counter argument, Shady. That was my counter argument too. I'm like, hey, I can go to Japan right now and just say konnichiwa all day long and then keep my mouth shut and don't write anything and eat and konnichiwa, arigatou gozaimasu, you know, itadakimasu, and then that's it. I could technically output all like Japanese all day without like being uncomfortable by just saying the words I already know. So it's tough. It's tough. Also, anything that they say after that is purely anecdotal. Yeah, even if you speak horrible Japanese, that would generally understand you and compliment. I know. It's so yeah, Nihongo jozu desu ne. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I think the person means well. I honestly think the person means well, and I think the person has a different environment growing up. However, the way this person talks is like they're talking about themselves. They're not talking in consideration of the person that's asking the advice. So that is what I'm often talking about when it comes to internet now, like how internet experts and internet commentary is done. It doesn't show a level of critical thinking or comprehension of problem solving. It seems like they're solving their own problems by projecting their own solutions to the problems they had. It's not taking in the problems and conditions of the person asking the advice. That person clearly feels very uncomfortable with removing nomaji. So naturally you want to incorporate nomaji and get them to like discover it in themselves how to transition into the Japanese writing system. That advice that person gave is literally, in my opinion, why Heyoka, the other person who thinks about things being hard and quitting right away, that type of mentality that person is doing is legitimately, in my opinion, can steer people away from Japanese far more than being welcoming. They're like, oh yeah, no. If you're using Nomaji right now, you might as well quit Japanese. You're never gonna get it right. I literally had those comments the first week of Japanese every time. So if you're not if you're a person who can get scared away with difficulty or the thornness of things, you basically cause that person to stop right away, and that's unfortunate. Bro, you use pinging, you're not even trying. Welcome back, Heyoka. Did you manage to do whatever your dad wanted? I hope that things are good. Heyo. A lot of times it comes as a way to try and justify your own methods to yourself. Yeah, I feel like that person's not even confident in their own methods, right? You don't have to convince someone. Like it almost feels like that person is selling their method. And I totally understand that because it's so normalized on the internet. Like you always have to justify and credit yourself and then sell it with minimal concern for who you selling it to, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm offering unsolicited advice. Well, yeah, unsolicited advice. No one asked you, right? So it's a self-justification. Not an uncommon thing across all. Yeah, it's not an uncommon thing across life. So I do appreciate that still that they went out of their way. It doesn't change that it's completely discompatible. I wonder how old they were. Me too. I'm gonna say they're 18. If I say reasonably, anywhere between 18 and 21. Just based on the person's diction. Like the way they command English and how they like approach conversing with others. I'm gonna say something like that. Or a little bit older if they haven't worked in a professional field in human relations. Any form of professional field at a level where it involves interacting with another person. You can shift it older if that's the case. I didn't ask anymore because that person doesn't read anything I say most of the time. They filter whatever they're interested to them. I find that a lot of people come from people who are a bit more immature emotionally. Yeah, it's often very correlated. Yeah, JD. Let's see. The only thing that would stop me from learning a language is complex grammatical structure and different alphabet. Oh, okay. That includes a lot of things, but there are quite a lot of available languages that wouldn't be like that, maybe? You went with him to get something, I see. Yeah, remember that the thing you're doing is optional, Ayo. Remember to enjoy it. I think in the end, yeah, things can be daunting at first, but if you remember that you love the thing you're doing, like the optional things you're doing, like language learning an additional language, that can be that it can just, that difficulty, that concern and insecurity can melt away due to your passion, like your desire to do things, right? At least in my opinion. You don't have exams, right? And things that people are forced upon you, standards that are forced upon you. You yourself determine the pace and standardization when you're self-studying. Of course, you did mention about tutoring, so maybe that'll help you bridge into tutoring in the future. Because you did mention tutoring as well. Look up the JET program. Oh, Japanese English probably exchange program? No, not Japanese. Wait. Oh yeah. Probably Japanese exchange program, right? Anyways, let's go on. Moving right along. That's the most recent video comment, by the way. I like talking about video comments. Oh, it's a program for teaching English in Japan. Ah, okay. I see. Oh, Japanese English teaching program. Okay. Or maybe, yeah. Jet. I'll show you a jet. Okay. We stay at a splendid traditional inn. So, Ripa,
立派
Ripa na, right? Ripa na ryokan.
旅館に
tomarimasu. 泊まりました。
泊まりました
Volunteering with animals? Yo.
周りの山は綺麗でした。
Okay.
周り
の綺麗。
綺麗。周りの山は綺麗でした。は。
周りの山は綺麗
に
で
した。
Just kidding.
に
Wait.
周りの山は綺麗でした。
Yeah. The mountains in the surrounding area are pretty. Were pretty. Hydrate. Alright, I'll hydrate. Okay. Thirst quencher. Okay.
周り
周りは
は
静かでした。
静かでした。
村
パートナー、
スキル、
タブレット、
Oh, I totally misread that. タブレット、
森。
I was thinking of an entirely pretty big hydrate there. Yeah, pretty big hydrate. Thank you for the reminder, Cozy. Understandable.
晩ご飯
晩ご飯の後。晩ご飯の後。Oh no, 散歩しました。
散歩しました。
Sampo Mayasa. I forever Shady is. I don't know how Shady feels about polluting my Japanese for the end of time. Sampo my aso. My asa. Sampo my asa. Speaking of immaturity, okay. Speaking of immaturity, thank you, Shady. Heckin' forever immature about Sampo. It's ruined.
立派な旅館に泊まりました。
Next to Sub-Zero and Dracula store. Dracula store. Dorakuda store. Doraku store. Heckin' drugstore. Dracula store. Okay.
立派な旅館に泊まりました。立派な旅館に泊まりました。旅館。立派な旅館に泊まりました。
立派な旅館に泊まりました。
旅館の周りは森でした。晩ご飯の前に散歩しました。とても静かでした。
Okay. The inn was near. I heard honestly, I heard a forest. So was it quiet though? I wasn't sure. Let's see. Ryokan no. Oh no. Just kidding. I didn't hear forest.
旅館の周りは森でした。晩ご飯の前に散歩しました。とても静かでした。
Oh, it's just very quiet. How am I missing forest? Where the heck is Sambo shimashita. Shimashita. Totemo. Oh. Yeah. Totemo shizuka deshita. Oh no, I did see, sorry. Oh, there's Mori. Yeah. Ryokan no awari wa mori deshita. Yeah. It was a forest in the area, in this surrounding area. Well, the inn surrounding area. It was a forest in the surrounding inn area, right? And then after dinner, or before dinner. Yeah, before dinner. Bangohan no mae ni. We went on a walk, or we took a walk, and then it was very quiet. Quiet forest. Right. Do I look up random things on Google in Japanese or look for blogs or articles? I typically watch people talk about random subjects, life topics in Japanese. And the Japanese community or channel is big enough where there are people who deliberately rate their channels. So they have in Japanese, it's very systematic in which how they rate the complexity of their conversations. So they'll use like N5, N4, N3, like the JLPT designations. But there are lots of people who vlog trying to express those things at specific levels. So right now there are like 2 or 3 vloggers who like to talk about everyday life and whatnot, and I talk about everyday life quite a lot, so their conversations are very helpful. The news of the Japanese, the news of the world in Japanese. Oh, interesting. So I haven't started what I said I was going to do eventually, which is to read the NHK site. So the Japanese major news programming site, like the network, has an easy Japanese and a, you know, harder or native Japanese site, but they have an easy reading Japanese stuff. And I was going to do that at some time down the line. But I haven't acquired, I don't think I've learned enough yet. But I occasionally glance at the NHK site. So you can actually, yeah. The news, there's a easy reading. Can I read a good percentage? Yeah, most of the time. You can figure out most of the things. In the comprehension, right, Cozy? You have to, I have to reiterate that I read things on a comprehensible level. When I play video games or like do other things, it doesn't matter how much I understand. I'm mainly just immersing. So there are times like when I watch anime on occasion with my friends, it's irrelevant if I know or not. I pick up words here and there or remember words here and there. So at some point, I'm probably going to read Japanese news when I'm interested in Japan from the NHK site. So read news, get things. I think the large majority of my time when it comes to Japanese stuff is people who talk in Japanese and English at the same time. So lots of couples, you know, they talk about the things they like to do, play jokes on each other and whatnot, and they go back and forth in Japanese and English at the same time. So that's how I usually consume it. I watch a lot of couples though, like an Indian couple, a Malay Japanese couple, a German Vietnamese couple. So I don't actually I consume a lot of different languages even if I don't understand the language. Right? It's very beautiful when you see two people who have so much to talk to each other about and so much to share about each other because their lives are so different. Yet the one thing that is common between them is they love each other, right? And I think that's incredibly romantic. These things actually do exist. At least, you know, at least I like to believe the ones that are making content to celebrate their multiculturalism is incredibly beautiful, right? Let's see, each country, let me catch up on chat over here. A lot of people glamorize most Asian countries when they're all the same problems, right? Every country is not 100% perfect. I give up at anything that's hard, not just languages, and I'm starting to see that it's becoming a huge problem and I'm overall unhappy with myself because of it. Yeah, that can be a little tough. I think baby steps towards pushing that threshold is something that you'll have to become comfortable with over time. I say try and figure out exactly what that is. Yeah, analyze it, try to like push those parts, find the core. Yep, what Jacob is saying. Jacob is basically saying everything that I'm going to say. The pain of effort. What video games do you play? Interesting. Also, effort is boring. That's interesting. That's a good question about TikTok and Instagram. Instagram for 2 hours. Quite a lot. Yeah, instant gratification. That sounds like a lot of instant gratification. And so you're at a place where you no longer get dopamine from rewards you get after putting in effort. Yeah. You have the self-awareness though. Yo. Ayo. The title is wrong? Which title? Oh, did I not update? The title is wrong. Oh, hey, thanks. I didn't update the title. Thank you. Wow, how did that slip my mind today? Thank you, XD. I can't wait to get to that level bouncing back point. Jacob, get out of Maku's head. Jacob really does. Me and Jacob, when we first met, like a couple, has it been a week? Has it been 2 weeks? There's a lot of fundamental principles that we operate by that dictates the way we approach communicating. So it's very, very so it's okay. Shady has a fantastic partner for life, so you know. And thanks, XT. Thanks for the noting the title. Yeah, I forgot to update. Appreciate it.
周りに森がありました。周りに森がありました。
周りに森がありました。
がありました。周りに森がありました。
Yep. Wait. Oh, there's a forest in the surrounding area. All right, fair enough. You don't get dopamine for achieving things. YouTube has honestly ruined it. Yeah. Nihilism. That sounds like nihilism as well. Where like, oh yeah, you know, YouTube has all these people who achieve things. So if you achieve things, they don't mean as much anymore, relatively speaking. You get reminded of how achieving things isn't really that big a deal. You're 15, right? Yeah, we've established 15 years old. That's so concerning. I'm sorry you feel that way. You do have the awareness, though. Ioka, you do have self-awareness. There's different types of nihilism. That's a good point. But we're specifically talking about the case of nihilism that Hioka has. That's fueled by knowledge, actually. We're not specifically talking about technical jargon here. Just characterizing what they're struggling with. 7 hours of YouTube a day. That's kind of a lot. 7 hours of YouTube, huh? 7 hours of YouTube and 2 hours of Instagram a day? You used to like philosophy, but your brain started to get overwhelmed because of all the big thoughts. I'll let Jacob do his thing. I'm just gonna read a third wheel. Otherwise, we're not gonna get our lessons completed today. Okay. Ripa na something de. Let's see. What can we say? Sushi? Nope. Niwa? Oh. Niwa. Oh. Wait. Yeah. Niwa de hana o mimashita. We saw the flowers at the splendid pond. Sure. In a splendid pond, sure. Where have you gone? You digress. Oh, Jacob is digressing. Jacob has fully embraced. Like I don't need to digress. Although You can tell me, Cozy, you can tell me about the different types of nihilism that you learned about. I don't actually know what the terminology of the stuff is. So when you say there are different types of nihilism, you can educate me on that type of thing, because I don't actually know like what people are using right now. Oh, you're talking about that type of, oh, okay. Taoism? Fair enough. I haven't really thought of Taoism as a form of nihilism. Okay. So your spiritualism stuff. Interesting. Let's see.
静かな
静かな森でした。森はとても綺麗でした。Oh, okay. We're working on na adjectives again. With new vocabulary. その小さい村はとても静かでした。
立派な旅館でした。
Are you familiar with Taoism, Cozy? I don't think I'm familiar enough to speak on Taoism. I know some cursory stuff from things that I carried from my parents and from my high school times. Taoism and Confucianism and how it relates to Shintoism. The major types of nihilism are metaphysical nihilism, Mariological nihilism, partial nihilism, and moral nihilism. Interesting. Metaphysical nihilism is the hypothesis that nothing exists and that everything is an illusion. Interesting. I see. Huh. That is certainly not the one that's applying to the kiddos these days. Which one is Mariological nihilism? Ripa na ryokan deshita. Okay. It was a splendid traditional inn.
晩ご飯の後散歩しました。
Yeah, the type of nihilism I'm talking about is, I don't know what it fills in those categorically. It is a behavioral nihilism, as in the insignificance in the mass of knowledge. So like nihilistic things like why bother doing this when it has already been done. So I don't know which nihilistic situation. You can be cynical within nihilism, that's fine. We're not talking about cynicism here though. We're talking about like insignificance, right? The feeling of insignificance. It's a combination fueled by like dopamine and overstimulation. So when someone is overstimulated and have vast accessible knowledge to them, it may produce this inevitable feeling of insignificance when it comes to achievement, right? That's the type of nihilism I'm referring to. I know it's complex, right? That's the idea. It wouldn't be a discussion topic if it's not complex. So naturally, being even more complex about it, and you know, yeah, the emptiness. How long have I been learning Japanese? Heyo, I've been learning Japanese for 108 days at 3 to 4 hours a day for the last 108 days, including today. That's in totality. That is how long I've been learning Japanese. So nothing outside of this, other than, you know, passively engaging. Japanese has been part of my life for a very long time. But when it comes to learning Japanese, the last 108 days, including today. Yeah, hustle culture is ooh, hustle culture is tough. Yeah, Jacob is ooh, let's read some stuff. I there's some hot things. Jacob basically explains I almost am scared that Jacob is more articulate than I am. I just can't. I'm out of a job now, Cozy. Let's find out. Let's do some highlights. Jacob does watch YouTube a lot, but it's almost entirely focused on educational content. Language studying, historical facts, archaeological discoveries, stuff like that. Present, yeah, accurately logging your time. Journaling is fantastic. Journaling allows one to actualize how much the time is instead of using a relative perception, right? Sometimes when you think you're doing something for 2 hours, you end up doing it for 4 hours. Or underestimating and overestimating can be very warped by someone's emotional state. So if you're feeling numb, a lot of times when you're numbing out, things become underestimated. You could be doing a task for much longer than you think when you're numb, because you're not actively keeping actively being able to stimulate yourself to be aware of how much time. So even though I see 7 hours and 2 hours, sometimes I get very concerned when someone says that and it's combined it with feeling numb about their daily activities, because you can drift. Drifting happens a lot when someone is numb to reward. So 7 hours might actually be 14 hours and stuff. So journaling can be very cathartic way or a pragmatic way of actualizing where the problem is, right? Or where problems are making them upset. Obviously, I don't know their problems, however they can help actualize their own problem. I feel like that person has enough self-awareness too to do that. On YouTube, start to watch more videos around education and self-improvement, so that starts to recommend that content to you. That is a way to gather inspiration. I agree with Jacob. It will be hard and exhausting for you, absolutely, and that can be a deterrence, because one of the biggest deterrents right now is trying to approach things that are perceived as difficult and slowly elevating the relative difficulty, right? I think if you start cutting back and introducing difficult things, yes, slowly, that you can manage, take your W's, right? One step at a time, that'd be an active way of self-improvement. Andrew Tate. I don't have any comments about Andrew Tate. That's a very controversial figure. No comment, right? As a person that is in this position, I'm gonna say probably want to expand more influence, get second opinions, right? Find other people that resonate. Jacob mentioned some stuff. Okay, are you following those? Okay, so Jacob expressed some concerns, right? Vanity, personalities, and hyper one size fits all types of individuals can be a little bit, it can work if it works for you, but it's one size fits all, so it's very dangerous. Yeah, so no joke, none of those people have anything. Yeah, so yeah, they prey on insecurities, prey on emotionally compromised people, unfortunately or fortunately. It could work, it could not work. I don't know. I don't want to talk about a controversial figure, so we'll keep that. Mostly comes from exposure. If you do the Duolingo sessions for writing, even just 15 minutes a day, you'll learn over a week or so, and that 15 minutes can become 16 minutes. It can become 17 minutes, 20 minutes, you know, slowing down a bit, right? I mean, like, what I mean is increasing the threshold over time. It doesn't have to be leaps and bounds. I think honestly, the hustle culture, which then Jacob also mentioned, leaps and bounds is great if it works. However, aggressive self-improvement is something that can derail, and I don't think your healthy future life needs to be that hustling on, you don't have to hustle along. Like 16 minutes is still better than 15 minutes. It's still an improvement than 17 minutes, 18 minutes. Hard and slightly hard, right? Then the slightly hard thing becomes just hard. Then you go slightly harder, that becomes, so everything keeps, right? So hustle culture you get caught up a lot, and it makes a lot of things insignificant. Like, you can definitely tackle far more things than you give yourself credit for at the moment, right? Maybe you should become the inverse influencer. Okay. The most important thing when it comes to learning something difficult like this is to show up and put a little bit of time. Yeah. You'll see the fruits, and journal, right? Journal. When you journal things, it helps you actualize. So, like, say you can't be consistent. Say you put in 15 minutes today and you got 10 minutes today. Write it down. Because what that means is you spent 25 minutes. Right? So, 15 minutes, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here, even that has to be actualized. Write down the amount of times that you have done this, and that in itself will always go up. The number goes up over time, right? Hello there, Vera. Hello. How are you, Vera? So if I do Duolingo French and study for 30 minutes every day, I'll eventually become fluent. Jacob probably has something to say about that. For me, I would say continue exploring. Concerning about the end goal may be a little bit difficult, maybe a little bit too much for someone who's focusing on difficulty, because the farther you look down the path, the bigger the wall becomes. So I think one step at a time is fantastic. You look, bring it closer. So if you're struggling right now with difficulty, the perception of difficulty, and difficulty is deterring you from doing things, the further you look out in a goal, the higher the barrier is going to become. So I think bringing it closer and say, hey, can I learn 5 words today? Keep those 5 words with me for the next week. Then that becomes 10 words, and so on. You're going to migrate towards that lofty goal over there, but that lofty goal over there isn't creating a mountain of a really big obstacle that will cause you to stop, right? But take care, Ayo. Take care. I don't know how long that ago was that, but yeah, good luck. And then they joined Twitch chat. I'm so far behind, my bad. It's me, Jozo. It's been a while. Jozo, can you give me a I need a top up. What did we talk about before, Jozo? Oh, wait. Did you change your name? Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh, the comment at the end. I remember, Jozo. Yeah, I remember the joke. Right then. So are you Jozo now? Did you become Jozo? I remember the comment we had. It's like right before you left. Yeah. All right. Influencers can ruin what you're doing. Indeed. Maybe I should become the inverse, but I'm not opening that can, right? But I just get bullied off of the internet because it's way too toxic of an environment. That's fair enough. You know when to walk away, right, Shady? People get sucked in anyways. Too far for that fluency. Down the hatch. How are you, Vera? How are you? It's been a while. So, can you tell me something that you are comfortable in sharing between then and now? Maybe something about Japanese? We have been doing quite a little bit of different things now. We were occupied, sorry, with youth that seems to be not so happy, and this is often a common position, I feel, these days, where you can see that it's someone that wants to do a lot of things but also is having problems finding the motivation and the reward to engage in them. And it's often coming from like a point of hyperstimulation from the internet, and not so much a lot of actual interpersonal interactions. Lots of parasocial interactions, it seems. Jacob is going to become the anti-influencer, the inverse influencer. Personally, I would love to feel any form of confidence to be able to solve people's problems. However, 15 is very young for me. I would say I'm most comfortable around someone who has a bit older and a little bit more that have some form of foundational independence. So I wouldn't be too comfortable. I think its parents may want to it seems like that person this kid hangs out with their father figure, so that would be kind of nice. Hopefully they can get a pep in their step, because it sounds really gloomy for that kid, and it kind of breaks my heart a little bit. I chose Korean now, and I got pretty far, but then I hit a road stop, because now, as I mentioned, I got a big family. It's birthday season, lots of things to prepare for. Oh, well, that's awesome. That sounds awesome. Birthday parties. It's been birthday season? That's kind of hilarious. You must have a big family to have a season dedicated to birthdays. Or a lot of friends and family. That sounds amazing. That sounds so delightful. I haven't been to a birthday party in a while, or like a birthday celebration in a while. Bangohan no ato sampo shimashita. So I went for a walk. I took a walk after dinner, sure. In this month, there are 6 birthdays. Wow. 6 birthdays. That's crazy. So many money and gifts to be having all at one time. Yeah, dude, 6 birthdays? Yikes. What is my budget for 6 birthdays? That's like $900 maybe. Ooh, at 1593 experience points, just another 200. Keep Shady, you got this. I believe in you. Just hit Hito. Shady, for real though. For real. Shady. Real talk. Hito. Wink wink, nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. Hito. Recycle X. Hito. I'm just saying. Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And I don't know if I was there, but I took a trip to Paris. Oh. This person in first place has a generic name, no friends, no profile pic, but every achievement. Yeah, that sounds about right. Today was your mother's big birthday, and there were 40 guests. 40 guests. 8 of them being toddlers. That was stressful. Wow. Also, happy birthday to your mother, by the way. I forgot how fun those streams were once I got... how fun these streams were since I got roasted. What do you mean you got roasted? That sounds amazing. What the heck? You're partying all day. You're practically partying with positivity. That's hilarious though. Man, 8 toddlers, 40 guests. How was your Paris trip? Vera. How was your Paris trip? This spot made me hungry, so going to go find some food somewhere. Alright, Shady. So Korean, huh? Yeah, can you bring back some, you know, I really want some tempura right now. Can you also bring back like something like a miso shiru to maybe like udon, maybe yakisoba? Are you taking orders? Sorry. We shouldn't keep Shady from his food. I went with my best friend who's got family there, and when I went on my train, they didn't even ask for tickets. $100 wasted? Wait. Hold up. Oh, I see. So you're saying, but isn't it better safe than sorry? What happens if they did ask for tickets? I know what you mean though. There are times when you get on a train and they didn't ask for tickets, so you could rationalize that you don't have to get it. They get kicked or you get kicked. Well, you know, you have that peace of mind. You have that peace of mind. $100 train ticket. That's pretty Oh, is it like one of those... Wait a minute. There, where are you? Is it one of those trains that go underground, or like under the water? Did you travel to Paris from like a far away, like maybe the UK or something? Are you... Oh, Germany. Oh, okay. Okay, the other direction. I see. Wow, was it a pleasant train ride? I'll have 1 or 2 of each. Whatever is on that menu. So Shady, right? Cozy. Oh, it's on the ICE. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I remember. Yeah, it's one or the other when I think about it. I usually think of the one. Yeah, I usually think of the one connecting the second one that you're describing. And then that other one where it connects the UK to France. Those are the 2 ones that I think of when I think of expensive ticket, expensive train rides. Cozy, real talk though. The last time Shady went to get food, and Shady came back, and I was saying like, hey, you should tell me what you get. Shady totally avoided the question. I'm telling you. Doesn't even tell us what they're good, what he eats. For shame. Such a weird flex. I know. And how how's your Japanese been since I saw you? I think I saw you on day 20 something. It's gone pretty well. Where are we at now when it comes to like something tangible? We've cleared 70% of the grammar points in N5. We're up to 1600 plus words. You know, getting close to 100 kanji, and those kanjis are used in 200 words or contexts. It's not too bad. Any difficulties? Not on the Duolingo side. Not on the Duolingo side. But you know me, always trying to make it difficult for myself so I can get a little bit of engagement. On the Duolingo side, pretty business as usual. Thanks for asking. How is your so how are you gonna plan around your roadblock, your road stop on Korean, Vera? I don't know any Korean, so it would be interesting to hear about Korean. And how are you learning Korean?
朝ごはん 朝ごはん
Where's my asa?
毎朝
My asa. Can't unhear. My asa.
散歩しました
Sampo shimashita. I can't unhear my asa. Sampo shimashita. Yeah. So yesterday, Cozy, Ekin Shady said, "Oh, what? Sampo mayasa." And I can't unhear it anymore. Sampo mayasa. I was talking about how sampo kind of reminds me of sample, but it's walk, by the way. It means walk. I'm like, ugh. So you're literally gonna clear up your desk. You got a TV in front of my desk, and I'm gonna continue watching the course I was doing. You were doing, like, I write sentences, I break them down, and explain the radicals. That sounds amazing. That's quite a lot of effort. This is the furthest you've ever gotten. Very nice. Keep up the good work, Farah. That is wonderful that you're adding like new ways to engage with the course. So now you're like writing sentences and breaking them down. I think you'll go real. Like, that sounds amazing. In the future, you know, you can even watch other programming you want. Do you watch programming at all? Already, like K-dramas and stuff. Did I watch a Korean show recently? I feel like I watched a Korean show recently. Oh, I watched Solo Leveling, actually. Yeah, Solo Leveling was in Korean. And this time you got a notebook, not some random messy papers. I see. Fairly, a nice notebook is always lovely. Right? K-pop and K-drama sometimes, okay. And your friend plays the solo leveling game. Oh, I read about that, the solo leveling game. The vocabulary, based on the translation, might be like really specialized because it's talking about gaming a lot, but maybe there's something there. Solo leveling was pretty entertaining. So can I teach you Fujianese, Cozy? When we get to Mandarin, maybe. But for now, this is like we took a walk every morning. I don't even know how to express walk. Gyando. We nga gyando every morning. Jia? No, is it Jia? I'm not even sure. I can only say we walk early in the day instead of morning. I don't know what morning is. Mang jia. Yep, nope. Not this phrase. Gyando. Gyando is fine. A walk. No, I don't know about breakfast either. I would probably say the phrase like early meal. Maybe that does mean breakfast. I'm actually not quite sure. Eating early as opposed to saying breakfast. I have to think about it.
毎日
Oh,
毎日
sorry. 朝ご
朝ご
はん
はん
の
の
後
後、毎日
毎日毎日散歩しました。
散歩しました
The thing for you is Korean is hard mostly because of the conjugation. Okay, people who study will understand like there's a base conjugation, right? Hada, heo. But then there are a bunch of exceptions for one form. That's fair. Yeah, conjugation is definitely a stickler for quite a few people. I've been exposed to conjugation before tackling even Japanese conjugation. should I learn Mandarin first, then Fujianese, or is Fujianese a separate standalone language? A lot of things you learn in Mandarin is not going to help you. However, the structure is the same. So you can probably attach most of the character structure. Yeah, the grammar is still Chinese grammar isn't all too different from English grammar, interestingly enough. Japanese, on the other hand, yeah, so no amount of and there is a very I think generally speaking, Mandarin is going to be unintelligible. Producing sound. What is Fujianese? Fujianese is a dialect. Fujianese is a dialect of Mandarin. So oftentimes people refer to Mandarin as the national language of China. However, Mandarin is also a collection of dialects as well. And one of the dialects is Fujianese. And I speak Fujianese. Mandarin, not so much. So right now we're learning Mandarin on our half days. So I have to complete my Japanese lessons and then go back to Mandarin. Fujianese is went separate, kind of like it's Mandarin. It overlaps with Mandarin. It also overlaps with Cantonese. So there's some Cantonese and Mandarin input on Fujianese. And it can be a little bit unintelligible to either or. It's kind of like a mix, but in the sense of sounds, it's kind of like a mix. And you know what happens when you mix sounds? The meanings completely change. So to take a word that I learned from Mandarin, so what this will be later, but some of the words like 我, right? 我 is referring to, like, this is watashi, right? Watashi. 我 is I. 我, and I have no idea how to write 我. Like, I don't know how to pinyin 我. It's if I took Japanese and say it's kind of like it would be like Y. So like WNG. Y. Y is I, not wa. Wa or watashi, right? Watashi as a it's like YANG. Y. No, maybe it's like, yeah, I don't know how to pinging that. It's too hard to ping in the stuff. So the system like wa is pretty simple because it's very suited to Mandarin, but at the same time it's kind of difficult to adjust it to Fujianese. Like for example, what's another word? This, let's take something from Japanese. Oops, stroke order. I don't want to talk about it. So this is cha in like ocha, right? Cha, right? And this is cha in Mandarin, cha. And in Fujianese, da. So cha, ocha, right? The honorific o, ocha. Cha, da. So these are unintelligible to each other. I don't think these are intelligible to each other. It will create miscommunication, unfortunately. These are, you learn like the basic stuff like water. Water, right? Let's use like water is the same kanji. So yeah, it's the same accent mark. So it's going up. So cha, da is same thing. Like mizu, right? Mizu. So we have mizu. For Japanese, it's also the same character for Mandarin, right? That's shui. Shui. So third tone, shui, shui. G, and I have no idea how to do that one. G, maybe C, U. No. Yeah. It's more like C, U with double dots. G, G, and a line. Maybe that. G, chi. No, it's chi. I'm doing chi. So maybe it's G with Z. G kind of sounds like a t sometimes though. So it could be a... No, we'll stick with, it's either a Z or a C. So it's very different, unfortunately. And obviously there's a connection between Japanese and Mandarin. Kind of nice. So this is saying it's the first tone. It's first tone. And in pinyin, there's yu, and u. So u without the dots, and then yu. So G is what you get with the Z, I think. I still haven't really gotten used to pinyin yet. Hello there, Greg. How are you today? I've been working out of town on a road, so I haven't been able to tune in, but hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in, Greg. What are you doing out of town? Partying? Business? Pleasure? Business or pleasure, Greg? Business or pleasure? All right, let's refocus, right? Oops. Speaking of focus. Oh. Oh, okay. That's fair. I couldn't place that there. All right, fair enough. Mainichi.
毎日
Mainichi. Let's see.
朝ごはんの後散歩しました
Shimashita. Sure. I kind of disagree, but that's fair. You work for wildfires. There's a huge fire. Oh, so I'm setting up IT and making sure everyone do their jobs fighting the fires while you sit in the hotel where you live. Oh, well, I hope the wildfires are being controlled. Greg, man, you're doing a civil service. That's fantastic. How are the wildfires? That's kind of a weird phrasing, but you know what I mean. It's not too bad right now. Okay. You're gonna go to sleep for 2 hours? All right, Cozy. Take care for 2 hours. Sleep well, Cozy. Thanks for hanging out. That is a W, though. That is a W. Not too bad right now. Iriguchi.
入り口
Iriguchi. There were pretty flowers at the entrance. Oh yeah, but in terms of Mandarin though, pretty sure it's still Hua. I'm pretty sure this is still Hua, and it's still Hua in Fujianese. So pretty sure both Fujianese and Mandarin still uses the same thing. Although I might have the tone incorrect. I think it's Hua, not Hua. No, not Hua. Hua. No. Yeah, I think it's Hua. So some words are like a good chunk is still intelligible to each other, but it's far enough that it can confuse the comprehension between Fujianese and Mandarin. Like I actually don't know how to say pretty in Fujianese. 漂亮. I'm pretty sure it's 漂亮. 漂亮 in Mandarin. That screams to me like pretty. 漂亮. Maybe 雅好. I said very pretty, but I don't really know. I don't know how to express pretty in Fujianese. Japanese reading of hana is ha. Also, it's pretty similar to hua. Oh yeah, that's oh I see what you mean. I see. Like the kanji itself. I see, granola. Very neat. That's a great way to connect it. I can't wait to hear what it is, because I don't actually know enough about. I'm still guessing off of my sounds, right? Like for example, I don't know how to say entrance, but I know how to say front in Fujianese, but I don't know how to say entrance in Mandarin. We'll get to that when we get to the Mandarin section. But yeah, funny. No, I know entrance in Japanese, but I'm talking about Mandarin. yeah. It's part of the kanji. This is iriguchi. Iriguchi. Yeah, iriguchi is the kanji for this unit. Thank you, Greg. Sorry, I'm not being clear sometimes. Yeah. We've been doing engaging in a lot of shenanigans between Mandarin and Japanese. how well do I do Fujonese? As well as Fujonese is being taught. It's pretty much. Wait, I thought you were going to sleep. Josie, what the heck? It's only a product of immersion, so any topic that is useful, I know how to do. So things like Lipunoa tiama, does your stomach hurt, right? Things like that, you know. Things that are important. Expressing things. Like ni omo kokong no. Are you going are you going to bed soon, or like are you about to sleep? Things like that. Yatiro, Jiro Yatiro, it's getting very late. It's very late right now. Lots of simple lots of sentences that are appropriate. And then I can describe things. Right? Describe a lot of things. Very, very fast. And you can't know all because you don't know like I don't have there's no formal Fujianese thing, so there's no all. Like it's too. I can't read that yet. Although some of the 你的 你好 no, is that supposed to be 你你 oh 你吃了吗 okay, so I only learned 你 so far. The character for 你, and that's it. That's why I guessed on 你. So, that's the only character I learned out of those 4 so far. So what do your relatives tell you if you don't? They don't. My relatives speak to me. I mean, they speak English too. Lots of my relatives speak English. My parents don't really speak, but my relatives do. Unexpected. Like they're all largely more proficient in English. Yes, have you eaten already? I know when you type in pinyin, I know what the pinyin means. I can't read Anzi yet. So my characters are restricted to like things that have been taught on Duolingo. It's only been 3 days. Yeah. As in like this is what happens when you grow up in an immersion situation and you aren't schooled formally in anything. So yeah. Nitsurama, nisiromoi, nisiromoi. If you want to hear what a Fujianese phrase sounds like, and I have no idea how to pinyin that. So right, you have ni, it's probably ni tsu, probably ni tsu, da ni tsu da, probably neutral, the ma, oh actually it might be ma, just neutral, ni tsu da ma, ni tsu da ma, ni tsu da ma, ni tsu, oh it could be tsu, so it could be this too. It could be 4th tone. Not quite sure. Still working out how to do this type of notation. And nu, it's nu nu nu. It could be neutral. Nu sit. Se neutral. Nu se ni sera moi. 니시라 뭐이? 니시다 니시 니시? That's tough. That's tough. 니시라 뭐이? I don't know. Yeah, it's so difficult to bridge these yet. Once I get a little bit better at combining sounds and learning initials and finals, I might be able to capture Fujonese in at least pinyin. I have no idea how Hanzi adapts to this. I'm back for a bit while I do more Duolingo. Then I'm going to hop to watch 3 Body Problem on Prime Video, you think? I already watch all 3 Body Problem. I'm going to spoil the whole thing for you right now. Right meow. I'm just kidding. I heard you mentioned 3 Body Problem, like reading and stuff, so I watched all of it. At least the Netflix one. Just saying. But I would like to watch the OG one too. So, oh, is it on Prime Video? Wait, is the OG one on Prime Video? Like for free? Oh, I could watch that too. I'd be interested in watching that too. It had a really great international cast, by the way, the Netflix one. I like it. So, if it's included in Prime, no, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Because I'm a Prime member, right? So I'm like a habitual Prime member. So it's technically included, even though it's not like the thing that I have Prime for, right? So yes. So it's included in Prime, right? That's what I mean. Like only Prime members would understand what that means, right? Because even if you're Prime, you can also end up paying for it. Okay, so I can watch that later. I'll watch that in the evening. I have to remind myself. Because I was looking for a new series. I was also going to watch the movie Roma at some point. Yeah. Anyways. Alright, let's get back. I need to go to the bathroom after this. I'll be right. I need to finish this lesson first. We're really behind, guys. Alright. Let's focus. We're focusing. Focus. You're like 5 episodes in or something and already surprised at how different it is? I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. Seeing the stuff that they depicted and how they would go about it on like just in general from what the Netflix thing is, it's going to be substantially different considering how at least my background in Chinese cinema or Chinese inspired or Chinese cinema. I can imagine so many different scenarios that they would present certain ideas. When was it filmed, by the way? 3 Body Problem, DOG. I'm trying to like think of the time period. Something Nakasuru. Any K-drama recommendations? Anyone have K-drama recommendations? Wait, the OG was in 2023? Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen a recent K-drama. Although Sub-Zero mentioned something C that I still haven't gotten to. Hold up. Hang on. It's a sci-fi though. Oh, The Silent Sea. It's a thriller though. I don't know if that's considered drama. I don't think maybe if that's okay, but what you call it? Sub-Zero suggested The Silent Sea. Oh, that's focus. Oh, I'm totally not focusing. Sorry, Greg. This is a thriller. Oh, we were talking about SF though. Or sorry, sci-fi. We were talking about sci-fi. So this is a thriller. I don't know if that's it's gonna match your like vibes, but this is Korean. Yeah, Sub-Zero mentioned this a bit ago, and I haven't gotten to it yet. I haven't gotten to watch this yet. We were talking about international science fiction shows. So ones that come up when international is like Dark, right? German. And I mentioned one that was I'm pretty sure it was in Spanish, I think. And it's got 3%. So we're just shooting the stuff. I think it came from my talk with Expanse, which is English. Right. And then there was like a Hindi one. No. You love the oddly specific topics discussed daily. Yeah, but it's certainly not it's certainly not helping me with my I'm just kidding. Yeah, we still have these every day, Farah. Still have these discussions every day. At least some discussions. Gotta bring in all the stories, you know. Gotta celebrate language. Yeah, I'll tell you. You know what? I'll put that on my list. So what am I doing soon? Watch 3-Body Problem, Mandarin. Look for a Korean drama that I would watch. So I'll consume a Korean drama and I'll get back to you on that. I'll make a note about Vera Korean drama, right? And Greg, the only thing I can relate to Greg right now is if Greg has ever played a game called Firewatch. Because immediately I just think of him now. So whatever Greg just said, I just think of Firewatch. He's the MC of Firewatch. Sorry, Greg. I don't know if you played Firewatch, but when you describe like you sit in a hotel room coordinating wildfire efforts, the first thing I just thought about was like, oh yeah, Firewatch. It's a lovely game, by the way. It's like a walking sim storytelling game. J-drama, extremely inappropriate. I've been watching lately is very funny, and nope, I haven't. I'll have to check it out. It's a very cute game. If you end up looking like the MC in Firewatch, nailed it. It's about a forest ranger, but it's a really wonderful little one. You don't have to actually even play the game. It's more of a storytelling experience. So if you watch it like a movie or watch someone else play it like a movie, it's pretty fantastic. Very wonderful experience. I'm a sucker for a great walking sims and immersion, like immersive storytelling and creative storytelling kind of thing. I'm more for the arts. And I'm not surprised, Shady, that you're acquainted with Firewatch. I feel like whatever I say extracurricularly would probably overlap pretty substantially. Stop stealing from my catalog. Okay. All right. Focus. I saw the kanji for focus. Oh, it's interesting that Naka, the kanji for Naka, is in focus / concentrate.
入り口
入り口に綺麗な綺麗な花がありました。
部屋の畳は綺麗でした。
You gotta go. Clearing after the party mess. It's almost 2 a.m. Take care, Vera. Enjoy your birthday season. Yeah, good luck. Enjoy your birthday season. And I'll get back to you on a K-drama. I'll make a note. I'll have a K-drama in my pocket. So remember to remind me. I might have a few K-drama on the list for you next time.
部屋の畳はきれいでした。部屋の
畳
きれい。
Oh, wait. はきれいでした。
でした。部屋の畳はきれいでした。
Okay. I really like the word tatami. Tatami sounds really nice. Even though it's like boring still. Like the tatami. Let's see. I would totally do this.
畳
Tatami de nemashita. Right?
寝ました
Tatami de nemashita. You gotta go also changing the Wi-Fi password in an hour, and it's going to make everyone panic, so I have to help them get back on the internet soon. Good luck. Good luck, Greg. Very important job. Good luck. I will catch you later. Best of luck.
旅館でよく休みましたか？
Okay. So,
旅行
Oh, whoops.
旅行
I was looking for
旅
ryokan.
旅館でよく休みましたか？
They
よく旅館でよく休みましたか？
yasumimashita ka?
休みましたか？
Okay. Oh, I forgot about this point from yesterday. Well. Yeah. Yeah, the contextless well. But you can kind of see. To sleep well. Did you sleep well at the end? Or did you rest well? Did you rest well at the end? I took off my shoes in the room. Yeah, I forgot about this. New nukimashita. Forgot about this predicate from yesterday. Okay, so
靴 靴
部屋で靴を脱ぎました。
入り口に綺麗な花がありました。
Okay.
入り口に綺麗な花がありました。
綺麗花
綺麗がな花がありました。入り口に綺麗な花がありました。
Alright. 600. 600.
600
Okay.
入り口
Iriguchi. Oh, I totally didn't write Iriguchi properly. I actually wrote Gucci instead of Gucci instead of the kanji Gucci.
土曜日
Chisai. Or during my total recall. 2日間
入り口
Alright.
入り
畳の部屋はとても綺麗でした。窓の外の景色は素敵でした。
Oh, Keshiki. Keshiki wa steiki deshita. Oh, hey. Keshiki. Been a while. Or are they describing the environment at the inn? Keshiki is view.
景色
Keshiki. Tatami no heya wa totemo kirei deshita. Oh yeah, mado. Wait, mado no soto no keshiki. Keshiki wa steiki deshita. The view. Okay. The view. The window. The window view. No. The window. The view in the wind. The view outside through the window. Like I try to interpret this in a way that is kind of natural. Like I'd like to say like the view of the outside through the window is lovely. Is kind of what I want to say. That the expression of that. So, mado no yeah mado no soto no keshiki wa suteki deshita. Yeah, the view outside through the window is lovely. Or the window view, the outside view. Yeah, that's what the scenery outside the window was lovely. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yep. The view outside the window. Yeah, that's what I would. Yep. Yeah. I'm like, Although, I was trying to interpret it as opposed to like trying to figure out like where to literate it, because someone would say, oh yeah, hey, the view outside the window, the view out, the view outside of the window is very lovely. Starting to get into the, I get what this is saying, but how do we say this naturally in English? Exactly. How to interpret this more naturally in English. Like you wouldn't say the view out, it's the view of the outside through the window is lovely, right? The whole heckin' preposition storm. The preposition storm. Although this is a very efficient way of saying that, in my opinion. So it's not, to me, the elegance of this is that they're associating the three things. And then that's it. Like when you read it, it's like, oh yeah, I get it, view, outside, window, lovely, right? You don't have to worry about, I know how this sounds, and I'm not taking a jab at English, but I am taking a jab at English. Is it fair since I speak English? I don't know. But having to sort out how to express the prepositional phrases that relate the things, like, yeah, but if you say view, outside, window, you got it. Nailed it. That's how I felt when I was reading the Japanese, like, oh yeah, I get it. And then I think about English and like, those are one of the moments like, man, it's so simple to gather the essence in Japanese, and then you think of English and I'm like, yep, what type of prepositions are you going to use for that phrasing? Okay, so let's see. Ryokan de yoku nemashita. Sure. Sleep well at the inn.
部屋は畳でした。ベッドはありませんでした。私たちは布団で寝ました。部屋の写真を撮りました。
Oh, that's okay. Very nice. The person has pictures of like the inside of the room. Yeah, the room they stayed. Basically, the room has tatami flooring, right? Traditional flooring. The room doesn't have beds. We used futons. We slept on futons, right? And then we took a picture of the room, basically. Glad I have Duolingo Turbo. Just tried a few different ways for this sentence to play with Mandarin word order. Yeah, I know, right? I totally do that, Shady. If you go back to my free Turbo, Super Days, right? It's on day 50 to 53 and day 100 to 103. I basically pulled up the keyboard. I did the keyboard and I was like, for science. For science. And that's kind of like a really fun way to engage. I haven't pulled the trigger on that yet. Not yet. It's a really fun thing to do though. it's kind of like the thing that I thought I talked about the system a little bit. It would be interesting if Duo did a build thing. This is like maybe a little advanced, but for like gamification thing. But a build system. Basically, you have static elements like modifiers. You call them modifiers, but let's just say nouns and adjective panel. So these are the mod panels, right? The mod panels. And then they can do a plus system, a neutral system, and a minus system. So minus is when there's an error. The neutral system is when you got the exact response, right? And then a plus system is when you decide, you could choose if you can mod the constructed sentence, right? And that would be a great way to even encourage the whole like experimenting. So, and then what happens is these things can stay static. So you can swipe this in the middle. You can swipe this in the middle, but the drawers, like even in an app design, you can pull the drawers. Like you can slide the drawers from the right. So just do a right swipe, slide the drawers, slide a right drawer, and you can like insert them to get plus. So if you can get it to stay neutral, but you can plus it and mod it with any adjectives or nouns that can stay static or dynamic, you can encourage plus points. So going beyond what is constructed. That would be such a great way to gamify things. And the heart system would be something like they can do a fractional heart system for like the level of errors, but that would maybe be a little too complicated, but still. It'd be really cool. I think they have a setup that's already sufficient for that. It would be really awesome to incorporate something like that. And it's an extension from the whole like experimenting with word order and what you can get away with omitting. Yeah. When I had Super, my first thought is, they don't want watashi here, right? Right? I don't have to put watashi no here, right? And every single time when I hear like mine, I'm like, they don't want watashi, right? At least there was one time that guy slapped in the face for not having watashi no, like because they wanted like something there. I'm like, oh, okay, well, things like that. Anyways, moving right along. Let's see. Soto. Soto de sobu? Sobu. Kutsu. And Ehon. Wait. Oh. Just take off your shoes outside. Yeah. 部屋で靴を
脱ぎました。
部屋は綺麗でした。
部屋でよく寝ました。
Yeah, a system like that sort of reminds me of a product I worked on called Japanese the Game, which is a card system for learning Japanese. Yeah, so this type of thing, this word bank and drawers things, is a very classical type of modifier for roguelike deck builders. So it's not a coincidence. This is my guilty pleasure. So I like studying game theory and building on indie roguelike deck builders. So lots of times when you have like a specific amount of content, right? Which is the Japanese language, how you can create mods and modifications of the bank to create like allow emergent gaming or emergent experience. These systems are fairly regular in card games. Especially in the format of roguelikes. roguelikes are done really well because they're like sessions, right? They're sessions, and sessions are very much analogous to things like this, where you could possibly bootstrap through them. However, if you integrate dynamic systems, mods like this, it would feel like dynamic learning and sessions versus bootstrapping, which is what Duolingo can struggle with, where everything feels samey. So when you think of what makes the roguelike deck building genre, or even the roguelike action game, right? It's using a limited number of content that you can do, but you create different interaction points, and that interaction points make it so that all your experience is constantly unique. So having like a more nebulous scoring system, it's not too far away from this, and it's incredibly intuitive. Like roguelike deck builders are very specific, but if you branch out a little bit more to action, it introduces trial and error as a form of competence formation as well. So then trial and error gets into the game, where then it gets to the point where if someone feels like, oh, if I don't understand this now, I can't possibly develop understanding without needing to understand first. Now we're into the incorporating also the idea, like, if you're dumb lucking everything, you can still learn something, right? Kind of like breathing the video game aspect, more video game discovery aspect. Like, oh yeah, I dumb lucked into this, but now I know I dumb lucked into it. Duolingo right now as a gamification is not predicated on luck, it's predicated on comprehensibility. So whenever yesterday I was, we were talking about the whole Hebrew course, the reason, one of the symptoms of something that's built entirely on comprehensibility is you're always aiming to be right the first time, right? And that's antagonistic to a different learning aspect that isn't tapped in gaming. Gaming introduces room for mistakes, but the mistakes are productive mistakes, and they can be productively encouraged. So things like in that system we have here, you could be plus, you could be 0, but if you get the correct grammar structure, the gamer might not know it, but if you get the correct grammar structure, the people who understand Japanese, when you're doing pluses, right? When you're doing pluses, they could make it so that the choices where they can slip the pluses will only be plus and still remain grammatically correct. They can choose to do it that way, or they can do you attempted a plus, but hey, your grammar is still solid outside of the mods. So they could highlight the mods and say, that's not right, but at least you tried, right? But then the highlighted sentence will still be the neutral sentence that's grammatically correct. So what happens is you introduce experimentation that doesn't work and does work through discovery, but it's not penalized because you've already gotten the neutral thing. It's encouraging to be one step above, right? So your foundation, those who are excelling will continue to get more points as a reflection of their competence, and then those who are still aiming for this, they don't have to tackle this at all. It's completely optional because the baseline is being grammatically correct. And that's kind of how, in my opinion, I don't know how they're going to do it, how they're going to introduce this kind of element. It's a missing element in Duolingo. What is so egregiously palpable in video gaming? Risk-taking and reward, right? But risk-taking deals with discovery. Risk-taking deals with discovery, right? What type of think, all right, we'll just have to build it ourselves. Yeah. I thought about it. I studied game theory a lot, and I used game theory to teach things a lot of times. Like, how do you get someone interested in chemistry? You be like Zachary and make chem wait, what was the game? It was really hard. I'm joking about this, but Zachtronics game, it was a chem something. I played it for a while, but the circuit, he did circuit building for chemistry, and it was really hard. I'm very bad with circuit building, but you were supposed to assemble chemical compounds using circuits in a factory model, and I'm like, all right. But yeah, this stuff is cool. I think getting a game theorist integrated into Duolingo would be fantastic for the future of Duolingo. And all they have to do, in my opinion, it can be as simple as populating all the adjectives and nouns with all the adjectives, and these stay static. So what happens when a thing is static? You're constantly reminded that, oh, these are your tools, right? As a Japanese learner, you have lots of adjectives. Go use them. Find clever ways of using them, right? And the worst case scenario is you don't get bonus points, right? But bonus points are good, but they're optional. So when you're feeling lazy some days, you just go for the correct answer. When you're feeling extra frisky, you pull out your drawer because you keep acquiring new nouns, new adjectives, new adverbs, right? New frequencies, new time of days. So these drawers can get really big, built on top of the neutral correct answer, which is the basic foundation of your sentences. And I think that would be a home run. And in the end of the day, all of that is optional. So it encourages people to voluntarily tackle that. And that, in my opinion, doesn't change anything about how they're constructing sentences now. So it plays on this type of thing, but at the same time creates natural sentence construction. I'm already doing this myself. So it was quite a little bit not as, it wasn't as difficult for me to visualize this type of drawer system, because when I'm forming these sentences for like the fourth time in a row or something, I'm already saying like, okay, this word can be substituted, right? Or like am, if I had am, I could say I am, and then where's my a sleepy person, but I don't really need it's an article, right? So I am sleepy person. So you can form different things while it's happening, but I'm doing it without the program telling me. However, if someone could benefit from this, because a lot of times tool users are literal people. Depending on your level of abstraction, it's very difficult to imagine anything outside of what's provided in front of you. And as a teacher, you have to constantly be imagining outside of the person's current reality or problem, because you're here to teach them something new, right? So it's a very classical mindset, in my opinion. I'm waiting for a game that actually does this. I don't think I'm an expert in any way of teaching things in game theory, so I'm actually on the lookout for a game like strictly speaking, a more game version of something that could be used as a inspiration for integrating thinking about. So in July, I'm going to buy a bunch of games and play a bunch of those games, like the teaching games, and see where we can learn from the two things. Because I haven't really vigorously explored or experienced Japanese learning games myself. Duolingo is the closest thing, and I don't think it qualifies. It's a gamification, but it's not structured in the manner that promotes the most industry standardish things that keep people hooked on video games. It's a wonderful take, though. It's a wonderful attempt, and they're kind of have their own thing going on. I slept well in the room. Oh, okay. Hold up. Let me see. Oh, yeah. So these games, have you seen do you use Steam at all? Shady? There's a whole series of games like these. Hold up. Yeah, there's a lot of games like these. I have it. You rarely open. Oh, okay. Yeah. There are lots of these games, and I haven't played them at all. But yeah, it's a very cute idea. I'm going to be doing something like that in the future. I'll be like doing readings of some of them and whatnot. It'll be exciting to explore that stuff. I have to, work up all the foundations. As excited as I am, got to do our due diligence before exploring. One day at a time. So,
入り口
入り口
の人
I have a question, Shady. This is always no hito, right?
の人
Because this is another like tsuitachi, and like in this structure, it's no hito, right? This is another like tsuitachi and jukai. Okay, it's hito. Okay, yeah.
の人
I'm guessing this has something to do with the counter number, no nin, or something. Like they have like hirakana something readings attached to nin, as in the counter situation.
入り口
Okay.
と
話しました。
話しました
I made an error. I made an error earlier, and I've forgotten what it was. Okay.
靴
Yeah.
靴入り口で靴
Kutsu. Maybe. Usually you wouldn't use no in that case. Oh, I meant like yeah, that's true. That's true. I meant like no nin, as in like this hirakana reading attached to another word, like other syllables, like if you know what I mean, like because the way they do like ichinichi and stuff, like calling this ichinichi is more like something with these hirakana things. So like programming wise, like the whole programming side of things, they probably had the synthetic voice trained to associate sounds or something. Not sure what the owl was doing for that one. Maybe he had a bit too much to train. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. It's kind of fun finding these quirks though. And then obviously it's fun because I feel like I have people or resources competent enough to correct that. So it's not so pervasive that it has ruined the experience or something. Cue the memes about programming, right? Oh no, that arm clips through the window once in my 300-hour gameplay. Unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. It's ruined. The game is unplayable. You know, that kind of thing. It's not as pervasive as that. It only happened 3 times, right? So far. I only had 3 instances. Although they're very recurring instances, but consistently recurring instances. Tsuitachi. Okay, I'll say the incorrect one. The ichinichi. The jikai. Saying jikai instead of jukai. Jikai. And this one. There might be one other, and I don't remember. Yeah, it's not horrible if it's recurring because you are, yeah, you know, it's consistent. It's terrible when it's sporadic. You know, like a bug that you're like, we don't know what the bug is. Like, you can't even anticipate the bug. It's like, like, when is it gonna do it? When is it not? Ichinichi is also a word which can be slippery, but from the context, you know which one, yeah, you should be using there. Yep, exactly. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes there's some slippage between B and D. Sometimes, like the synthetic voice itself can be like it slips the pronunciation of this, like a very specific ones. Like ryo when it's combined with like small ryo, and it's largely ryo. So like ryo and byo. There's also one for soto, where the synthetic voice like loses its volume. Occasionally, the synthetic voice loses its volume on things like soto. Specifically, the one that's a scribe that lines up with Zari, the girl with the pink paka, you know. So you notice these things because they're so consistent. I can name exactly when they happen because it's so consistent. It's not occasionally it does it. It always does it in this very specific context. They can name them. I can almost name all the points when they flex ga or nga, right? Nga versus ga. Almost classically know when they're going to do nga versus ga.
Oh.
Crazy. I know.
脱ぎました。
Not necessary, but 2,000 experience points. Very nice, very nice. Keep it up. Are you not hitoing? I think hitoing is if you have a pen tablet and you have hito. Oh, hito it up, Shady. You got this. Did I screw this up? No, I didn't screw this up, right? You don't have a pen tab? Oh, okay. That can... Yeah, that's not fast enough. Oh, you do have an iPad. Ooh. Would it be faster? It might actually be faster on an iPad. Oh, you can even 2-tap though. You don't necessarily... Oh, okay. Alright, Shady. You want to hear some gaming theory? In the kanji section, your strokes, there's a lot of good proximity. And since hito, oops, wrong. I don't want to talk about it. Since hito, right? There's proximity, so you only really have to like tap in this general region and tap in this general region. So you can even milk to the point where you're like, you place your finger in the 3 positions, and then that's all you do. It's as fast as your internet connection goes. You know what I mean? Let's just... If your goal is different, right? You can finagle very, very quickly without completing any strokes as well. Then you're basically not even learning strokes. That's gamification for you. Oh, I didn't even remember what I got incorrect. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom quick. I'll be right back. Also shady, you know, turning off animations, turning off sound effects, especially animations. Then the fade in and fade out removes milliseconds off of every input. So if you were doing it for like 30 minutes, you're probably going to save a significant time, right? Score farming. Gotta trigger that Real Madrid 1. Nice. Is that your team? You? Are you a fan? Or is that, or were you rooting for the other team? I mean, I don't understand a lot about football. However, that is definitely one of the popular teams. That sounds like not a sport that I keep up with. I don't keep up with it either. You're a baseball kid? Man. I don't follow baseball very much as well. I like looking at stats though. So occasionally, like, I like to see what the World Series matchups were. You know, when it gets into the... Do they still call them the playoffs in baseball? They're very popular because they just never stop winning. Yeah. Sure. And among other things. However, yes. Winning does make things popular. Indeed. I was asking if they were your team. Like, did you like the team? Typically postseason into the World Series. Oh, you follow all of that, huh? I see. I usually watch like the playoffs, the main event for most things. You're a Inter Milan fan. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. The sport I watch habitually. Too bad they got knocked out in the playoffs. Yeah, you know. Next year. The sport that I habitually watch, and it's the season right now, is disc golf. Right now the OTB Open is happening, or OTB whatever you call it, OTB event happening. There are 18 major PDGA events, and this is the 9th one of 18. Let's see. Tempura to sashimi o tabemashita.
Tempura to
Sashimi. Where are you?
刺身を食べました。
Okay.
人形
村キノコ
キノコ
季節の
湖
湖
Okay. Yasai. Chai. Right, Shady? Chai. Xiang? Chai. Se. Xiang? I think xiang is the fresh, right? Han xiang. Yeah, chai what? Maybe. No, I'm not thinking Japanese. Chai shi. Yeah, han xiang. I don't know fresh in Mandarin, but sounds good. JD, you can't leave me hanging. Let me see actually. Let me see. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. English, okay. The vegetables were fresh. Oh, wait. Shu chai. Oh, okay. Shu chai. Okay.
蔬菜很新鲜。
很新鲜 Really? 新鲜 Okay. And shu chai, a very specific type, like reference to vegetables, but okay. And okay, fair, fine. Yeah, that looks similar to what I saw on Google Translate. Yep. Still got a long ways to go. Hi. Tai Hun. Yep. That's what they pumped out. Yep. Tai Hun. Xing xiang. Xing xiang. Xing xiang. Yeah, xing xiang. Xing xiang. Which makes sense because yes, Shinsen. Yeah, Shinsen is close to that. Exactly. When it all works out, it works out. It's beautiful when it works out, doesn't it? Yeah, same kanji in both. Yep.
野菜は新鮮
新鮮でした。人形 Thanks, where it's borrowed from Chinese. You love it, you know? You gotta love it when you see the connections. It's like the world, you know? It's one of those, like, the... You know, the meme, the... Like, yep, there it is. Sashimi. 季節の森11月 Okay. Okay. 新鮮な right? Yeah.
新鮮
なきのこ right? Yeah. きのこうどんを食べました。
きのこうどん
Wait, no うどん
を食べました。
That's fair. 新鮮なきのこのうどんを食べました。
その旅館の料理は美味しいです。よく季節の食べ物を使います。いつもとても新鮮です。また食べたいです。
Person really likes the food. Yeah, I actually, there's a lot of great expressions here. So, その旅館の料理は美味しいです。よく季節の食べ物を使います。いつもとても新鮮です。また食べたいです。So, that in's food is really delicious. They often use seasonal food, right? It's always very fresh. And I want to eat again. I want to eat the food again. Implicit the food again. I want to eat again. Right.
新鮮な野菜をたくさん食べました。新鮮な野菜を食べました。新鮮な野菜をたくさん食べました。
Oh.
たくさん
Wait. Yeah.
新鮮な野菜をたくさん食べました。
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
新鮮な野菜をたくさん食べました。
Okay. I thought I heard something different after a while. Duolingo just had a quiz on me and highlight the article as a weak word. Mandarin doesn't have arg. Listen. When you're a superstar, they have to pick something, dude. Something has to be weak, right? What better weak word than a word that doesn't exist? I'm just saying. I mean, it's a valid point if you think about it. If you think about it, if you don't have any weak words that are there, then clearly the words that aren't there are your weak words because, you know, they're not there. So they have to be weaker. That is grasping for straws. That is definitely grasping for straws, though. I wondered that for a long time. Like, since Duolingo's comprehensibility is so high, whenever they pull up a weak word, I'm like, I don't think this is a weak word. It just happens to be the word that's less frequently used. If you know what I mean. Like, they always pick a weak word from the most recent unit because it's the only word that is not high in frequency. You know, like, recency is the only reason it's weaker than the other words that occur. So at some point, all your words will have, like, at a similar frequency if you have enough personalized practice. But then there wouldn't be a weak word. There'd just be words that you either didn't use or have used. Because Duolingo has such a high accuracy due to incredibly high comprehensibility. life's hard when we're good at it. I think one of the things that I definitely resonate with other people who are trying very hard and doing very hard things for them and making mistakes and stuff. Yeah, it can be very difficult to gauge where you can improve and stuff when it's so relaxing like this, right? At the same time, because it's so relaxing, it's so approachable. So I think a boon to Duolingo would be able to make something that is tiered and become less and less approachable voluntarily, kind of like video game difficulties. And I'm not talking about the scale up difficulty, like the cheap scale up stuff. In indie games, right, especially roguelike games, again, when difficulty is added, it's added in like a mechanical way, as in their Hades, like Supergiant Games is a great example. The way they mod Hades is to mod them based on characteristics that you want to tackle. So like mob health goes up, then your rating goes up, right? Your difficulty rating goes up. But what happens is they instead nebulized the different mods. So most roguelike games add modifiers into compartmentalized modifiers. So you're allowed to basically tweak and tune the difficulties based on your strengths and weaknesses. You can turn on mods where you're strong and keep mods specific, or even reduce mods. So Supergiant Games actually allows you to reduce mods as well, like reduce certain things so you can fine tune the difficulty, so that the overall difficulty, which is your rating, will give you like a gauge of your overall difficulty, right? But at the same time, it allows you to nebulize and give a lot of particles, for lack of a better word, granular control over your difficulty. I think Duolingo can do it. It is possible. They can compartmentalize, like, hey, do you want to amp it up? Here's your choice, right? Obviously, you can do it voluntarily without Duolingo asking you. You can make Duolingo as hard as you want. You can do Duolingo blindfolded if you want. That it's what stops a person from making something that they are given harder? They can be creative and make it harder. I mean, even Souls-like games, the baseline is quote unquote difficult, right? But that didn't stop someone from doing it blindfolded while using a banana. If you know what I mean. As a controller. You might be thinking, I made this up. No, I'm not making this up. This isn't an exaggeration. I mean, I've seen someone play with potatoes attached to sensors. So, and they just need to complete the circuit with their hands. It's possible. So, this is also possible. You can learn it however you want. But it is also, the onus is on the developers to be just as creative. And to me, if I had a product like this, I would most certainly be continuously passionate, much like I think the people at Duolingo. I like to think the people at Duolingo, developers, they feel like they are having fun, because when they're participating in like the whole social media thing, it seems like an atmosphere for a company. So yeah, when they're having fun, it might not necessarily prioritize a lot of their, the business as usual thing. But we have to remember that developers are also people. So if they're having fun, their product will naturally exude that. At least I think. They're really laxed. Duolingo peeps are very lax. If there's anything that is super apparent to the design language of Duolingo, it's all about that vibe. And I vibed very hard. these Duolingo sessions have been incredibly vibe worthy.
旅館で美味しい晩ご飯を食べました。晩ご飯は刺身、季節の野菜、キノコの味噌汁とご飯でした。
Okay. I mean, yes. Let's see. Ryokan, okay, Ryokan de oishii, oishii bangohan o tabemashita. So I ate a tasty dinner at the inn. Bangohan wa sashimi, okay. Bangohan wa sashimi. Wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, so bangohan wa sashimi isetsu no yasai. Ooh, they haven't done it this way before. Bangohan wa... Okay, so like they're making a list. So bangohan wa, dinner was sashimi, kisetsu no yasai, seasonal vegetables, kinoko no miso shiru to gohan deshita. Yeah, so they're describing basically tasting. I'm offended that you think I'm a person as a developer, right? I think you know, without going into a big deep cut, the digital age has really removed that feeling of human touch, or not like literally human touch, but the human essence of who's providing things and who's not, and stuff. There's really a double standard that's going around, right? The individual versus the masses, or an entity. The whole idea of an entity. Even influencers who are presented as a singular person can even become a person who's fronting an entity, and then that diminishes the person as a person as opposed to an entity. And even then, even in the professional field, they still continue to do that in a polite way, right? Duolingo salaries aren't too bad. Maybe I'll throw my hat in the ring and try to get on as a manager or director there next year. Honestly, I've contemplated about it as well, like joining the staff as a like as a teaching like a R&D or testing kind of thing. I have thought about it, but then I wouldn't be able to do this. It'd be a conflict of interest unless there's like a position for doing something like that. Because it would be, you know, I do want to consider my conflict of interest, because I like to be make sure that I have professional integrity intact. You don't think it'd be a conflict of interest? That's fair, I suppose. I feel like I mean, like, professionally, I don't think it's a conflict of interest. However, the internet might think it's a conflict of interest, if you know what I mean. Like, you can't possibly trust someone who's also working for the product, right? It's not the fairest professional criticism, but we have to be cognizant that that's how simplified and generalized perception of like the association between higher management and any extension of affiliation with a product. And honestly, I kind of don't blame them sometimes. Yeah. So I don't want to like sometimes I wouldn't mind trying to seek something in a sponsorship role, right? Something that shows that I'm still someone that may potentially contribute to the thing, but I have no financial in its success. Sometimes I think that is sufficient for the general populace who have some level of awareness of how management works in such things, but it can be a touching point. There's something very romantic about being still very romantically acceptable of being in like a freelancer, right? Again, gotta think about the bottom lines, about generalizations. Don't want to get slapped with the word shill, right? Shilling for things. I don't know. I still think I would be able to navigate it though. I would be able to find a way to navigate it for the target audience. I'm not saying that's the thing that would keep me from trying anyways. Rarely do I think things keep me from trying, unless it's death. Okay? If the concern is death, then yeah, you got me. But generally speaking, if it's some intellectual and interpersonal thing, I can step up to that. At this point, I'm already 5 years out of being committed to an obligatory job, so I'm more than have enough pent-up energy to tackle a monumental obligation. At this point, I obligate myself to things that I voluntarily do. It's so much more rewarding when you're obligated to do something. I know how that sounds. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but when I feel needed and wanted to be doing something or producing something, it's like ecstasy. No, that's a bad word. That's not the word. It's like euphoric. It's very euphoric. Because right now I'm doing self-serving things. And self-serving things don't provide too much pleasure for myself. I don't actually find it. I mean, it's sustainable. It's sustainable for my own satisfaction. But it pales in comparison to contributing to a bigger vision. I know most people don't even feel that way these days. The youngster we were talking about, they're still creating their own identities and trying to find their own contributions. But I'm well beyond that now. I don't usually ever view my personal legacy building as necessary. It's often for legacy building for future generations. I'm very outwardly person for reward at this point. I have plenty of reward to keep myself going. I could sit in a room and still feel like I'm doing something. Ryokan. Okay, so what did we do? We're good. Tasty dinner, right?
季節の野菜をたくさん食べました。季節の野菜をたくさん食べました。
季節の seasonal, what are we looking at? 野菜をたくさん食べました。We had a lot of seasonal vegetables.
季節の野菜をたくさん食べました。
Fair enough. I didn't even listen to the prompt. I was just forming a sentence with whatever we have at this point. 先月おいしい刺身を食べ先月食べました。
毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。
Okay.
毎日
Alright. 毎日
新鮮
な What are we eating? What is fresh here? What do we have? 魚? We have fresh fish, y'all. We have fresh fish.
を食べました。毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。
Okay. See, that's kind of how I think about these sentences. Sometimes I feel like they don't even need an exercise with this. I feel like, oh, here's a good one. Actually, here's one that wouldn't take too much programming. Have a prompt every once in a while, maybe like 10%, one out of every 10 prompts. Have one where it's just a big word bank. Form a sentence. Form a sentence, and then they give you maybe like a general idea. Like, what is it? Talk about food. Or like describe food. And then maybe there's some slottage. They could try to present some slottage, or like something go not necessarily fill in the blank, but something that is not this, right? You're not hearing the prompt. Like, that's kind of what I'm already doing automatically. Like, oh yeah, I heard the prompt, but it's not. It's like okay, it's an idea, but then I look at the word bank and I'm like, well, what can you say? Well, they said something fresh, so let's just go look for something fresh. Like, you could have fresh fish. So I ask myself questions nowadays. Sometimes I don't even pay attention to the prompt anymore because technically I've already heard the prompt. So in this case, I'm asking myself like, hey, let's go look for something that could be fresh in word bank, right? Asking yourself your typical question that we ask in comprehension.
毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。
Okay. All right. 先月は新鮮なリンゴがpast tense ありました。There are fresh apples. Last month? Okay. 刺身を食べました。いろいろなWhat is this? カラフル？
いろいろな
Colorful sashimi? Oh, but Karafuru is also a non-adjective. So we couldn't even stick it in here if we wanted to. But if we had na, you could say karafuru. Karafuru na sashimi o kaimashita. Because you can have colorful sashimi. What the heck?
いろいろな
But I think it's a non-adjective thing, right? So iroiro. Iroiro is it's an adverbial. I mean, it's a adjectival like modifying phrase, but
カラフル
karafuru is also a non-adjective. In this case, we don't need the na because it's not in an attributive form.
きのこご飯を食べました。
Kinoko gohan. Yeah, you see what I mean? They did it. Oh, it is a non-adjective. Like, you would call it a non-adjective? Yeah. I wasn't sure because it's kind of like phrasal. You know what I mean? Like, iroiro is like kind of phrasal. So it's like an adjective phrase. And which is still an adjective in English. Like an adjective, like a participle phrase is still an adjective, technically. Like, it functions as an adjective. 昨日、きのこご飯を食べました。Okay, we ate rice. Oh, mushroom rice. That sounds delicious. You know? Ah, man. Like when you have meaty rice like mushroom chunks with rice, it really got that snap. Which let's remember that mushrooms are they're fungi. You know, they're fungi. I feel like this is definitely worth remembering high school biology. Let's not forget that mushrooms are fungi. There's always that like what did you call it? The fun little like generic trivia that people say, generalize trivia that people try to sound a little bit like did you know kind of thing. Did you know that fungi is more related to animals than they are to plants? Neato. And then the rabbit hole opens up, but it's fine. Yeah, we ate mushroom rice. Is there no. As a fun guy myself, I relate to that. Oh gosh. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's two dad jokes in one. All right, that's okay. Yesterday you missed the mark, but today 12 out of 10. 12 out of 10. Not only did you get the fun guy, you also got the relate. Nice. Nice.
新鮮な
新鮮な魚を食べました。野菜も新鮮でした。
新鮮
Demonstrating the non-adjective. I really like whoever I like how derpy Dan's emotes are. There's something very wholesome about being shamelessly derpy. Wait, do people still use the word derp in like an endearing way? I'm not even sure if that's... Oh, Julia is the artist name. Yeah, okay. Julia. Dan derp. Yeah. I think it's really... there's not enough... It might even be like growing up. Oh, so Co-Carnage and Dan's gaming. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that checks out. Yeah, there's something really wholesome that I don't think the world has enough of, and it might be also hyper exaggerated because of my household, right? The household that I grew up in. Something about being unapologetically shameless in the sense of like a vulnerability, but also celebrating vulnerability of mistakes and embarrassment and stuff is incredibly endearing to me. And it's most certainly more heightened in the Western culture. It's almost a point of fear, right? Constant fear in the Eastern culture. Like the face culture, that might have exaggerated a lot of the things. Kind of a whole grass is greener on the side. When I met like people, when I left the nest, that's the stuff that I've become exposed to, and I genuinely find it incredibly endearing whenever I see people who are so comfortable in their skin. I don't know, you've been learning Mandarin. Do you know the TikTok trend with the somehow this came up, but then it became on YouTube. There's this like what you call like a cute dance. I forgot the song, but I can see why the cute dance happened. But now everyone is just like deliberately subverting the whole like idea of like men dancing cutely, right? You have like military guys and whatnot, like they clearly are very comfortable in their skin, and something about juxtaposing how comfortable they are performing cute dance. There's something so endearing about that. You can tell someone who is more secure, like a lot more secure, still representing something that involves a lot of seriousness, while at the same time being able to demonstrate that they can both wield and control their insecurities or any projected insecurities while being able to participate in a lot of things. I think though that's what I imagine. I want to strive to be like that for whoever, like the kiddos of the future, right? Or even a kiddo of my own. I would love to be. It sounds like such a dad thing, where like I want to be embarrassing for my kids, but also be cool. Like, I can totally see myself in the future embarrassing my kid. I also watch a lot of the family ones, the family YouTube channels, the ones that where the father and mother, like the whole family's in on it, right? So some of those things are so electric. I watch like a few videos here and there, like to raise my spirits, where I know that these families exist, where it's synergistic instead of antagonistic. And I hope for the future of humanity that that would be the typical family dynamic in the future, where the kids and their parents are all like on the same page and promoting the being engaged in each other's activities. Being hardened military dudes, or yeah, insert stereotypical masculine person here, being goofy and having fun. Yeah, it puts a smile on my face. And I'm also a sucker for reconciliation off the stereotypes. So like, for example, the occasional observation that, because people like to record themselves a lot of times nowadays doing many activities, like even the whole idea of like the gym thing, subverting that. So oftentimes now there's like a stigma where if you see like a female recording and stuff, there's a lot of backlash for entrapment, right? But then you see those ones like, oh, they're genuinely in trouble, and then you see a person who like subverts all of that, or like the role reversals and stuff. I absolutely love that. That's pure magic. Like, I still, every time you hit something that genuinely seems like it's serendipitous, it still reminds me of a time before the digital age, where things aren't rehearsed, like prodded or staged, right? Or like expected. You know, when people go to lift, they go to learn language, it comes with this air of constant informed expectations. There's so, wow, it's not to say it's non-existent. Life journey things like serendipity and stuff just isn't as time efficient to consume, right? You can't go out. I miss the days when you go out and you see unplanned things, or people engaging in serendipity, like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know, today I have like an hour, let's just go into town and see what happens, right? Let's just go in town and see what happens. Meanwhile, when you go into town, it's like a whole deal, right? What I mean is, because you're going to be the odd one out, serendipity can't happen anymore if everyone else around you is locked into expectations. So it's kind of like almost a critical mass kind of deal. If you want to go into town in a shopping mall to have serendipity happen, you need to have enough people who are also doing the same thing in order for that to happen. So I think the digital age has gotten to the point where that critical mass doesn't happen anymore. Like the statistics are so like the frequency in these occurrences are dropping as the digital age is taking hold. So now people go to a place for a purpose without entertaining any other possibilities. So it's about efficiency, right? Efficiency. You hustle along, get your stuff done, and then plan the rest of your day out. Instead of go for a walk, look at the sun, have some random thoughts, say hi to a neighbor, see a dog, go up to a dog and pet and say hi. It's not everywhere, and it's not all the time, but it's so noticeably different now. When something unplanned happens, it's almost the rule to be upset. It's almost the rule to be upset when plans don't work out, versus it's conditioned more to expect things than is to let things happen. And life becomes so colorless after that. Yeah, the best memories that your partner and you have is when we got stuck in San Francisco for an extra 2 days due to weather and just went out and did whatever. Fully unplanned, and it was magical. Yeah. I miss that. And it can be very difficult to like record these things while it's happening. However, you can still like capture some of these moments in the way how recording is so ubiquitous now. So there are channels that have these things like, oh, hey, look, they were planning on recording this certain thing and then another thing happened. And that's so fantastic. I think those things are incredibly magical and people need to see those things. I really think people need to see those things. That life has a lot of really weird things that can work out when you open your eyes to it, as opposed to being hyper-focused on your initial path. You did a spontaneous tour of Alcatraz. You know what's interesting about that? I actually toured Alcatraz too. It was the second year of college. I went to San Francisco for an ACS, American Chemical Society conference. And I was allowed to go because my advisors and academic department was generous enough to take me, even though I didn't have anything to present. It was my colleagues, my classmates that had something to present. So we went to San Francisco, and one of the spontaneous things to do was to go to Alcatraz. So yeah, dude, the wharf kind of smells. It took a while to adjust to the wharf the pier that you have to go to get on Alcatraz. It was a little funky, just a wee bit funky, but yeah, it was kind of nice. It's been a while, but something else. It's kind of eerie being on Alcatraz. It's pretty eerie. Yeah, the old kind of makes me want to watch a movie or there are so many things that were based on Alcatraz. Huh.
毎日
Thank you for sharing. That's what I mean. I'm glad we can relate on that. I think nowadays there are people, a whole generation of people who grow up where serendipity is not a thing. And they don't normalize serendipity. Even fortunate or unfortunate. They can kind of deal with unfortunate occurrences, sort of. But rarely do they remember that fortunate things can happen too. And it's crazy to think like, oh yeah, you know, like this is too difficult. So there's no way it can ever be easy. You know, like suddenly easy. There's no entertainment of the possibility of something else working out. So it's really set in stone. It's incredibly predeterministic. Almost nihilistic. In fact, nihilistically predeterministic. Like, oh yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do this. But at the same time, if I don't get good at this, I need to make sure I'm able to get good at this before even starting. Like, well, you might not get good at it, and doing it might not be so bad, and it might become more rewarding than you can ever do, and it might be transformative into something else that you didn't quite imagine. All those types of possibilities have pretty much fallen by the wayside at this point. Hello there, Kinorashi. Hello. Konnichiwa. Yeah, we're having a slight romanticism or sharing of embracing serendipity when life offers it. When you have an opportunity to invite randomness to your life.
新鮮な魚を食べました。
えうん。
新鮮な野菜をたくさん食べました。
え Oh, dude, I'm so behind. Maybe we will stop at 5? Oh man, I'm falling behind. You know what? I think tomorrow. I'm being a little procrastinating now, aren't I? I think I can do the personalized practice, and then we're gonna move to Mandarin. I want to invest at least 2 hours in Mandarin. We've been vibing so hard in the last couple of days. There's too much vibing. I deflect all blame from myself, even though I voluntarily engaged in all the digressions. I voluntarily deflect all my blame to everyone else because it's not fair when I keep having topics I want to talk about. It's not fair that everyone around me is so interesting.
いろいろな。
You know? You know?
お客さん
お客さんがいました。
いました。
レストランのクーポン。
You'll take all the blame. Are you low-key suggesting you're the most interesting person? That is probably one of the weirdest flexes of all. On another note, you can recognize... Oh! How can you... what is that, by the way? Kinorashi. And what did you do to recognize it? Insert Taylor Swift me. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Oh, gosh. Hime? Oh, Hime. Hime is princess, right? Yeah, it's princess, right? Or is that not? You read, okay, the kanji for hito, sakana, and then that Little Mermaid. Oh, person, fish, princess. Oh, I see. A princess fish person. Oh, that's pretty sweet. That's a great way to remember it. Yeah, it's a mermaid princess. Yeah, yeah. Person, fish, and princess. That's a great way. I'll keep that in mind when I get princess. And I already have hito and sakana. Oh, I see why you brought that up too. Yeah. Oh, that's really good. How's that red in hirakana, by the way? Obviously, it's not hito, sakana, and hime. So how's that red? How's mermaid red? King, okay. Ninkyo hime. Okay, ninkyo hime. Ninkyo hime. Okay. Interesting. Cute. Oh, got it. Ninkyo hime. Very cute. Very cute. Ninkyo. Sorry, I keep saying kyo. Ninkyo. Ninkyo hime. Oh, that kind of reminds me of vocabulary that I have this unit for doll. Doll. Yeah, I was just about to say, ironically, ninkyo. Last unit I had ninkyo, which is doll. I was just about to say that kinorashi. I learned that in the last unit. I'm like, With that said, it reminds me of Ninkyo. Yeah. I mean, you could kind of see it that way too.
レストランのクーポン。レストランの
No. Oh, I forgot about coupon.
クーポン。
Coupon. Coupon. That was another word. So 22 word. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it was this one.
レストランのクーポン。
Yeah. So we had 22 words in this unit. Okay. What am I doing? Yeah, this is another word I missed on my recall.
必ず
Kanarazu. Kanarazu.
レビュー
レビューを書きます。
書きます。
レストランのスタッフはいつも親切でした。
Okay.
レストラン
のスタッフは
親切でしたか。
Question?
レストランのスタッフはいつも親切でした。
Oh, いつも。
いつも
Okay, fair enough.
か。
OG. OG is used for prince a lot. Interesting. I haven't seen it. I'll keep. Is that used also probably in Western fantasy anime? Probably. So there might be a chance I'll probably hear OG. I haven't picked up on OG. I picked up on Hime because of anime, because there's a lot of Himes around. And then you have okay. Samo. Something Samo. It can be, depends on. Oh, okay. Osamo. Osama. Oh, Osama. Oh, wait. Osama. Yeah. Osama, I've heard. Osama, for sure. Oh, Osama. Osama. It can be, depends on who would be talking to who, though, which can make it a bit sketch. I see.
レストラン
の
クーポン
川キノコお客さんクーポン
レビュー
海外のお客さんと話しました。海外
のお客さんと話しました。
海外のお客さんと話しました。
Okay, that's done. Inku. Let me see. Done. Nope. I don't know which anime it is. Nankingu. So like rank? Something about rank? Ranking of kings in English. Oh, in English. Okay, ranking. Yeah, I only got ranking. Okay, so king. Oh, that's the complete king. Okay. Ranking of kings. Isn't that the one where the poster is of the little kid? Hold up. Like a little kid on the throne? Or is that a different thing? Hold up. Oh, yeah. Ranking of Kings. Yeah. I know the movie poster. Or like the show poster. I haven't watched it yet. Oh, you know what? I'm going to write a reminder for myself to watch this too. you know what this remind Bolji. Okay, Bolji. You know what that kid reminds me of? I know you watched a Three Party Problem, right? The Three Party Problem, the Three Body Problem. You know the Game of Thrones guy. I forgot his name, but he got like brutally murdered. Sorry, spoilers. But I think he would make a great character for it. For such a king. Like, was his name Jake? Jack? Jake? I think it was Jake. Right? I think he would make a great Jack, yeah. I think Jack would make a great like a big but like lovable king character. Jack Snacks. Oh yeah, right. But I like this role as Tarly. Sam Tarly? Yeah, I think he has a very lovable there's something very quaint and like endearing about the way, dude, that one scene where this scene, right, where I forgot what the other dude name is, Will, right, and he was like just straight up snacking on something, and there was a bag here, and then he informed him about his terminal cancer. Dude, that scene when he just said like, okay, just like F that, F that. And then that one line when he says eat, like he shoved the food. It's like, dude, just eat. And then the guy's like, but etc. It's like, try. That was such a powerful try. And then you have that subtlety in the guy's smile. That performance was fantastic. That scene was so powerful with so few words. Those are like magical moments. There were a few moments in that show that got you emotional. Me too, man. Oh, or the one scene where sorry, spoilers, folks. When they're looking over the, and then you have cloud cover, and then the sun is coming up, but obviously the lady, I forgot her name, Wen, the and then the would-be killer, right, is gonna take her out, but they're gonna see one last sunset. Oh my gosh, on top of the hill of where it all started, where oh my gosh, that scene is, there's some good scenes in the Netflix one. I can't wait to see what they did with it in the OG one. Those are some really powerful scenes. She finally go up and she knows she's gonna be killed, right? And you have that dialogue to see one last sunset, and you can rest now. You've done enough. Oof. Oof.
オフィス
オフィス スキル
川
人形
お客さん。
その旅館は素敵でした。来年も必ず泊まりたいです。一緒に行きませんか？
Now I'm thinking of all the emotional scenes in Beef. Oh my gosh, that I can honestly tell you there were moments. Wait. Are you telling me you didn't even finish watching Beef? Wait, did you watch Beef, or did you... Are you telling me you didn't even watch Beef? How are we talking about it? Or have you watched some of it? You haven't seen... And here I thought I was assuming you've seen it. Wait, how are we talking about Beef? Yeah, I was talking to you about Beef. So how... Dude, that show is amazing. Oh, who was I talking to? Wait, did I confuse you with someone? I was talking about someone else about Beef. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait. Are you telling me, did you just catfish me with your partner? Did I get catfished by your partner? I could have... It was your account, right? Oh. Wait, who was I talking about? Who was I talking to? Oh yeah, it's not you. Oh no, was it Indy? Dude. I'm so confused now. Who was I talking to with beef? Dude, that show is amazing though. That show is absolutely amazing. So it's not you. It was such a great recommendation. Or it was such a great suggestion by someone. Well, anyways, dude, beef, that show is absolutely amazing. Oh, it might have been Indy. I don't know anymore. Now I gotta go look. So good. If I have a probably the show of this year, probably beef. Or it's technically last year, I think. And then the new season's about to air soon. I think it's next month. Maybe I'll bring them on this week. Oh man. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but the cinematography in the finale to season 2 it's so beautifully done. Like you already know after watching, by the time you get there, you already know like the characters are great and all that stuff, like all that, but they did something super extra in cinematography. Stuff that rarely is still done these days. Like it's so well staged. It kind of reminds me of watching a modern Hitchcock film. Like if Hitchcock was still here and they're doing staging and stuff, it feels like that's what they're doing. You're excited? The writing and acting of the show has been absolutely phenomenal up to where I got to. I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's so wonderful. I think it's something that we talk about all the time when language learning. I think the messages that are in beef really captures the essence of how frustrating, even against all odds, like frustrating in the circumstances. There are things you don't know, there are things you do know, however talented you are. The message is so palpable. It's also very hard to watch at times. So, much like life, it's very hard when you're trying to be honest with yourself and collect yourself against such adversity and circumstances. And then it has like the whole unexpected companionship kind of thing, like unlikely companionships. It takes one person to inspire another person, which then inspires another person. It's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful show. And I can't wait how they evolve the show. All right.
その旅館は素敵でした。来年も必ず泊まりたいです。一緒に行きませんか?
Okay. その旅館は素敵でした。Right. 来年も必ずとfor sure, right? と Mari, sorry. Tomari tai desu. So I want to stay at, for sure, next, also next year. Would you like to come with me? Okay. Take their friend to an inn? Fair enough.
ベルト、
川、
クーポン、
刺身、レビュー。
スタッフは親切な人でした。いいレビューを書きました。今度また行きたいです。
Okay. Had a problem? Nah, they enjoyed their stay. They're even gonna write a nice review. Alright, we gotta move on. Okay. スタッフはとても親切でした。That was. Okay.
必ずレビュ
ーを書きます。I'll write a review for sure. Duolingo is straight up clobbering me with new characters in this unit. For the Mandarin thing? Man. レストランのクーポンを泳ぎました No. もらいました Yeah, receive, sure. I received or got a coupon.
はい、スタッフは素敵でした。
Okay, the staff. Yes, the staff were lovely. Okay.
また
この部屋を予約します。
予約します。
Wait, I'm missing something. Oh, I missed oh, for sure. For sure.
必ず必ず
I don't know if it matters. I'm kind of curious. No, it doesn't. I'm like, I don't think it matters. Okay. There was a lot of there were a lot of overseas guests. Okay. Kaigai. What the heck's Kaigai?
海外のお客さん
がいました。Wait. たくさん。Alright, I think we're gonna call it a 3-day schedule for today. Because I do need to... Yeah, we're falling behind on Japanese. Maybe I'll do it as a 3-day thing for Japanese. Now I can probably get to the new soon. So I got a review. This stuff is... I'm gonna have to bolt for this. So we're gonna stop here. This is another natural stopping point, right? So what mistakes did we make? Oh, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna switch gears here. I had a lot of great conversations. But man, I'm already way over time. Actually, this portion today was largely supposed to take like 3 hours. And then actually nah, I'm not gonna push it. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. So this is we're gonna conclude our Duolingo Japanese session. What did we talk about today? There's some messages for Japanese. When we were discussing things, I think the whole idea of being afraid to start something because you might not be able to achieve anything, and then the perfect storm, right? I like to make sure that people stay self-aware, but as well try to be aware that this is like a perfect storm when you have something where there are difficulty is what prevents you from starting something, and then while difficulty prevents you from starting something, you are also being unable to receive reward for things not difficult, right? That is like a perfect storm. You get to a situation where, oh, even the smaller things are not providing dopamine responses, right? And then you're associating difficulty with negative stress, as in the only possible outcome of difficulty is negative stress as opposed to positive stress. There are definitely many ways and many alternatives and approaches that require a very personal friend or someone who knows them very well, or therapy, right? Someone who is inclined in this to take records and stuff of a person. So definitely be aware if you're ever stuck in that situation. It can be, especially if you're a very young person. It really does worry me how the younger can be caught in a no out situation. In order to alleviate incredibly difficult tasks, lifelong things, it's to exercise small victories, and those small victories build to bigger victories, so you can tackle relatively difficult tasks by building yourself up. But then there's the other thing. That alternative can be swiped away because you no longer receive dopamine responses for low tasks, like small tasks or perceived less difficult tasks. Then you're just stuck in the middle, right? Like, well, which one comes first? And oftentimes it's still oftentimes encouraging the person to be able to actualize either or is ideal. So getting the person to engage whichever one has the least have the highest frequency of consistency, or being able to establish consistency that involves actualizing it. So promoting some semblance of, hey, this is, if it's a small task, like, oh yeah, you did a lot of small tasks, make it big. So how do you make a bunch of small tasks bigger, perceived bigger? That's often journaling. If you did a lot of small tasks, if you journal, or some way of, or maybe like a friend or a parent who observed this, it's like, hey, did you know for the last 30 days you've done all of these things? And then when you collectively present this thing, or they can present them to themselves, like record keeping and stuff, that all those small things become something big. So then that provides a perspective that you can do small things, it can still be rewarding, and it can be contributing to big things. The alternative is deconstructing the big thing and bringing the goalpost closer to the person. So then that could be more approachable in that sense, where the big thing is no longer incredibly daunting. And then when they focus on the present, that future might change as it's emerging, but it's not preventing them from doing something. So that's kind of a discussion that I wanted to talk about, even though I was far behind. And there's obviously another person who's very well spoken as well. Thank you, Shady. That's one of the topics. Like, it's very catastrophic when you have both of these going on, for your volunteer choices, the things you choose. If you lack things at both ends, it can almost feel like there's nothing that's interesting, or everything is muted, right? So hopefully you guys aren't one of those people, right? Find some inspiration and whatnot. And lastly, what was it that we were having a lot of fun today? I think it's really fun to talk about random topics all the time, but especially when you can get someone to be excited about whatever they're or sharing in it. I have so many things I have to do this evening, and I said I have to do them because I want to do them. Like watching stuff, getting related to people. I think sometimes it takes one person who's interested in something else someone else is doing that can breathe fantastic life into them, right? I like learning language. It's gotta need that pep in your step. All right, that's a good way to end a message for the Japanese session. As always, if you're interested in Japanese, this is where the Japanese session ends. And I would like to say, mata ne, maybe mata shita, and jane to the Japanese learners. And I'm gonna go take a break, walk around a little, stretch my legs a little bit, and I'll be right back. Okay. All right.